RPOB in Omaba zone. He now takes over as the zonal coordinator for Omaba Owuwanyang zone. Mazi Okonkwo is the new RPOB Omaba Owuwanyang zone zonal coordinator. And Mazi Solomon Nubia is appointed the new RPOB Western Cape coordinator. Mazi Nubia replaces Mazi Innocent Alia, who from tonight is the former Western Cape coordinator. The following individuals, for actually not understanding what this struggle is all about, and for acts that do not merit their positions and the responsibility that was given to them, they are suspended indefinitely from their positions. And the followings are Mazi George Ume. Mazi George Ume is suspended from being RPOB North London Zonal Coordinator indefinitely. And Mrs. Messi Aungkwe, who was Michigan Zonal Coordinator, she is also suspended indefinitely. And the Michigan zone is shut down forthwith. The Michigan zone is closed. Like we are always known to do, we will rebuild the Michigan zone from scratch into a more formidable and more cohesive and, of course, very, very important zone in London. Michigan zone, former coordinator by the name Mrs. Ongwe is indefinitely suspended, and that zone is closed down. Now, these individuals have no reason to be in our midst, and they are, of course, expelled forthwith. Mazi Jocelyn Ndiulo is relieved of his duty as RPOB Regional Coordinator for Scotland and expelled. We don't take nonsense in this family, not at all. We do not take prisoners. If you do not know, in fact, if you do not, you are still a principal officer and you don't know why you are here, tender your resignation and we will find apt and appropriate and willing family, hardcore RPOB family members to, of course, take the responsibility to guide and lead our people wherever you may have decided to turn in the towel. Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, he was the former Omaba Zone coordinator. He's expelled for soliciting for unauthorized funds from the public in contravention to RPOB's standing order. You don't go around using RPOB's name to defraud people, and they will think you are supporting this struggle. That and Biafra land has been told to cease from for any form of collecting funds and raising funds. If you have issues with money, you contact the leadership, and to the best of our ability, we will be able to see what can be done from this angle. But don't go out of your way and begin to defraud people. When you do this, you are putting our hard-earned name into disrepute, and we cannot tolerate that. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu is RPOB Quebec, Canada. He is expelled for gross act of indiscipline. Continuous gross act of indiscipline. This is somebody that was suspended, and after a time he was brought back, but he has not learned his lesson. Therefore, we cannot continue to pamper anybody who refuses to listen and who refuses to see it. He is expelled from this very, very family in Canada. And together with him is Mazi Chima Ndiulo from RPOB Quebec. He's also expelled for gross act of indiscipline. This young man In IPOB, we do not fight a family member, but this man has the temerity to use a sharp object to break the head of our coordinator in Quebec. Who gave you that authority? Who gave you the temerity to even lay your hand upon somebody who is serving IPOB? That is, you have crossed the red line, and therefore you do not belong. You do not belong, in fact, to this very, very noble family. And Eunice Onya is a former women leader in Idemili South. Eunice Onya also doesn't know what discipline means, and she doesn't know what following instructions means. She is expelled from being IPOB family member in Anambra State, and of course, she is no longer IPOB woman leader in Idemili South. Now also we have Chukuma Wangu. Chukuma Wangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okija, Anambra State. This man is also known with the name, because him and a big name that kills a dog. He's also called Aku Enwebe. Aku Enwebe. Well, this man, you know, you see the name is outside Aku. Aku means somehow one of the meaning of Aku is wealth, and he is so possessed with making wealth that he has turned himself into a criminal. Being in our midst as IPOB principal, we will not spare you. He is simply a criminal in our midst and has no place in this noble family. Chukuma Nwangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okija, Anambra State, also known with the name Akwemwebe. He has been expelled from this family. Mazi Adendu Uyo is formerly the IPOB Pretoria Deputy Zonal Coordinator. He is also expelled. And finally, Mazi Sunday Udaja. Mazi Sunday Udaja is the Sunyani Zonal Coordinator, who is also a regional coordinator in Brong, Ahafo in Ghana. This man is also expelled, and he does not belong here. All of these people that I have called their name for expulsion, they do not belong here. We have no problem. We, this family, we are not, you know, it's not as if we want to claim that it is only us that must fight for Biafra. No. IPOB, led by Nnamdi Kanu, has its objective set before it. And if you wish and desire to belong to this family, you must follow the rules of this very, very movement. We are not here for tito-tato or for dilly-dallying or for any other thing, but to make sure that our people receive or regain their liberty and freedom as a race, their dignity as a nation, and of course, take over their heritage which Chukwu Abiyama has blessed them with. All of those who have been appointed tonight as responsible, as being given different responsibilities, I am pulling your ear. I speak this one for broken. I pull my ear. Don't go in there and begin to, because you have been given a new responsibility, you begin to misbehave. If we get you, you will not know what hit you. Just do your job. If something is not very clear to you, ask your superior, and they will properly guide you well. You know. And so I am reiterating, because one of the most important message tonight is that the 13th of September 2022, being Tuesday next week, of course, that is the day that our leader's case will come up in Abuja Zoo Court of Appeal. Those in Abuja and its environs must do the needful. Support, show solidarity to our leader and show solidarity to our legal team, and make sure you also keep your eyes open. Watch out for your brothers while you are there. And as we always do, we do it the way that the world will always marvel at how these people are disciplined is beyond what is known in Black Africa. Those that must go to Abuja from for this very court case within the northern region and Abuja environment and its environs, please be security conscious. Now, the very second important message tonight is that the thing as well of September, being Tuesday 2022, is a total lockdown in Biafra land. Buhari, or whatever he calls himself, the person who is being invited by the vulture in Imo State is not wanted in our land. You cannot come to our land and spit upon the grave and urinate upon the grave of those you murdered. You cannot come and laugh in our face and tell us when you build a toilet, you call the bloodsucker to come and laugh at us. We will not accept it, and we cannot condone it. By the grace of Elohim, Chukwu and our ancestors, Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra for us is not just a name. It is more than a name for us. Biafra is more than our identity. Biafra is more than our heritage. Biafra is our being. It is the air that we breathe. It is the air that we breathe. That is why that anything that the zoo is doing to stop us, it is null and void. It cannot succeed. Because the air we breathe is from Chukwu, and Chukwu has given us Biafra, and no man nor spirit will stop it. Continue to put our leader in prayers. Those of you who knows how to call upon our ancestors, ceaselessly call upon them. Don't tire in supplicating unto heaven. Don't tire in calling upon the name of Chukwu. Don't tire in presenting our case before our ancestors, because they are in this battle with us. And Chukwu has assured us of victory. And victory we shall get. From me, from here, it is good night and remain blessed. Thank you so much for listening.
Can say anything you like, however you want to say it. This is your radio station, and the world must hear your voice. ISIS will enter the zoo and Chad unless, and this is from an Islamic newspaper. As I told you before, anything you hear on Radio Biafra is correct. I told you on this platform that they will come for you. You see, let me tell you one thing that people don't know because you don't know history. I forgive some of you because in your schools in the zoo they don't teach you anything. I want some people to actually go and sit down and study the history of Islam. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped growing. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped expanding through militancy and war. Others have stopped, only Islam. Christianity is based on convincing people, telling them about the message of hope and restoration of Yahweh Yeshua. Of course, immensely corrupted, that we know for sure. But Islam believes in expanding through war, and that war is coming. Now, I must be put on record, and which I can play it all the time for our people to also understand and listen very carefully. And I will say it tonight. And if you come to me in the future, I'll refer you to the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015, and that I made this very comment I'm about to make now at precisely 10 minutes to 8 p.m. in the evening. If ISIS comes down into the zoo, of course they are part of Boko Haram anyway, if they not if they, because they have forged an alliance already, if they launch any attack with the name of ISIS on the zoo soil, if you come to us to give us weapons, I will decline it. I will allow them to kill all of you before we mount any counteroffensive. Let me tell you one thing that you don't understand. Some of you claim you went to school, but you didn't go to school. Because if you went to school, you will understand how Islam works. Islam is coming for you. They must come for you. It's a M-U-S-T, must. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Only you can defend yourselves. This headline here is a confirmation if you need one. I think Abubakar said it yesterday. Today is being confirmed that ISIS is coming. Not just Boko Haram, but the real bad people that are coming. They need access to the oil, and they will get it to secure their financial base for their continued expansion within the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. The zoo is seen as pivotal, and Biafra land is where the resources that they're looking for is lying in. They don't trust Buhari anymore. Buhari was their godfather. They no longer trust him. I mean Boko Haram in this instance. Buhari, they thought, would give them Sharia immediately. Buhari saying, I don't belong to anybody. From that day, they intensified their bombing. Some of you cannot reason, you cannot see very well because you're blind. But at least you're lucky. You're listening to Radio Biafra. Very, very lucky indeed. I'm telling you the truth. Or else, I can't in your blindness. It is that darkness we've come to shed light on, that you can see properly. If they enter the zoo, I will not command this army. And I need guns and I have the men. I need guns and I need bullets. That's all we need. And then we win. I have been sounding this warning. I've been telling you, you think we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped. Your sisters will be married off as slaves. I'm telling you that now. Right as I speak, write it down. Biafra land will be decimated unless we equip this army to defend us. If we don't equip our army to defend us, in other words, if we don't march this year, it will be very difficult for us to recover. Forget all this nonsense. All these so-called pro-Biafra groups you're saying, HAUSA brought them out to confuse you. HAUSA brought them out. That is why they cannot say what we are saying or do what we're capable of doing. These are HAUSA groups, and you are not listening. You are not listening, because the devil has gone into all these idols that you worship. The devil has gone inside you to harden your heart, to blind your eyes that you can no longer see. That day I will tell you to remember the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. I will tell you to go back to it. I need guns and I need weapons. If I don't have guns and bullets, the army of Biafra cannot defend your towns and villages. The sooner you get that into your thick skull, the better for everybody. You are black people, you don't reason, I know that for sure. But the sooner you take this very message seriously, the better for everybody. Or else you're finished. ISIS is coming. They will enter the zoo and Chad very, very shortly. Not as Boko Haram, they are coming in as their franchise and as their name dictates. ISIS is coming. If you like, you make haste while the sun is shining, or if you like, you can continue to be dumb and stupid. That is entirely up to you. I won't be there, but you'll be dead anyway. And Radio Biafra will not report it, and nobody will. If you like, you give us guns. If you like, you don't. We are trying to save you, not you saving us. We continue. What I am saying, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abịama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abịama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abịama biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abịama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say, we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you. This is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight, is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I am tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children. did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 322. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC. Do you know why? Because we are Biafrans.
Therefore, you are listening to Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Once again, today is the third day, the third day of September 2022. Today is Saturday. Therefore, without wasting time or taking any time, I will bring in our special guest today, Wada Uchechi Okukano. Please, Madam, welcome to the program. Your brief introduction for formality's sake, please. Go on, please, Madam.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you very much. I say good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and good night to every one of us, depending on where you are. My name is Wada Uchechi Okukano, the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike ward of Biafra land. Ndewo.
Ndewo Wada Wanyoma. You are welcome to the program. You know, here we say it as it is, as you know, because we don't try to be politically correct. It doesn't matter. Now, let us go to the business of the day, because you need to talk to Biafrans and take some questions from me. The first question I want to ask you is this: how are you faring with your children? In this case, do you sometimes feel dejected or frustrated owing to the fact that our leader, who is your husband, passed through this same ordeal for 18 months in 2015 and is now passing through the same situation? How are you feeling, please?
Thank you. We are coping. We've had to cope. I mean, we have to, as there is absolutely nothing we can do but to survive. It is very difficult. It is absolutely difficult. Where I have stepped in as both mother and father, especially with a young child, a young boy child, who is involved in activities that requires the participation of his father. You know, for instance, you have a child you need to take to football, swimming, even school drop-offs and pick-ups. But his dad is not available to do all that bonding activities, and he does not understand why sometimes. And sometimes he's upset that I'm the one picking him up from school, you know, hoping that he will be. So it is very difficult to answer your question. And actually, he met his father for the first time when he was 3 years old. So you can imagine the difficulty he has had to live with the fluctuations associated with his father's presence. Dejected, frustrated, absolutely yes. I do feel frustrated because I never envisaged that this part would be this difficult and unsettling. The first time my husband was kidnapped, in fact, in 2015, it was a great shock, as I was heavily pregnant as at that time.
Before you enter, because that's where I was going to ask you. Let me just put it before you go on, please. Were you at Afari Beku in 2017 when the Nigerian military invaded your home in order to murder Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader? And, you know, as you're saying, it's understandable. You're a human being. We are all humans. What was your feeling concerning the whole evil episode as of that time? You can continue, please.
Okay, as of that time, 2017, that is the most difficult thing I have ever had to face for months. Why was it difficult? Because I did not know where my husband was. I was on the phone to him. I was meant to travel that week, but I think I had to get something for him. So my traveling, I had to reschedule and then book it for the next week. So we were on the phone and talking, and I started to hear this sporadic shootings. So my heart skipped and I screamed, what was that? He said he's coming, he's coming, I should hold him. So I started to scream on the phone. I was screaming because he wasn't giving me any response. So I was screaming and asking, what is going on? What is going on? This very statement I'm making should be found on BBC interview or not, which is the reason I cannot interview with BBC. Except if they accept the full responsibility to air a complete interview with them.
They censor, we know, they censor things. That's it.
So they censored quite a lot of my interviews, which I did with them on the 11th of February 2018. In fact, they asked me a question, why haven't we heard, why haven't we been able to see you or reach you or get your response from your tweet and message. So I did explain to them that it was so traumatizing. I was haunted and tormented and traumatized for months because of that event. I miscarried because of that very day.
You had a miscarriage, really, because of that event?
Yes, because of that very event. So because of that, I wasn't out there and moving because I was quite ill, and the trauma was unbearable. This was a man who was getting ready in preparation for his court appearance in no due time, as we all know. But then was attacked by the same government a few days before. So after my BBC interview, I carried on with investigation and questioning, as always, in the background. So this is one of the challenges, as I'm feeling frustrated, and it is the uncertainty that comes with it as well. It can get one very frustrated. So to answer your question, I was on the phone when that attack took place. I was on the phone to him when it took place. So if I can continue with explaining how difficult it is and how frustrating it could be, that I do feel frustrated quite a lot of times. So I do ask myself sometimes, when I'm in so much agony, I would ask myself, what about the children who have lost their fathers and uncles and in the course of this struggle? This was some time ago. That was before I started to fall into or every question started to fall into the line of right answer. No sooner had I asked myself this question than I realized these situations and these feelings come with the territory. And I do tell myself that we're all paying the price for freedom, and that is sacrificial. We're all paying at the altar of pain, agony, loss, great loss of our loved ones, friends, and families. We go through each day, immersing ourselves in the fond memories of them. That is also a different torture on its own. It's a different torture on its own. It could make me feel better sometimes. It could add more torment to my feelings sometimes. So to answer your question, yes, I do feel frustrated.
Going further, concerning or using what you said, now I want to ask you this direct question. What is it like to be the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, owing to the tediousness of this journey, his engagements, and the dedications to the struggle for the restoration of Biafra. What is it like? Just your experience. What is it like to be the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, thank you. To be the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, or Hamadike one of Biafra, I would like to say that there has been two stages of what it is like to be the wife of Nnamdi Kanu. Period of this struggle and the present stage. So this very stage, 16th of September, this very September, 16th of September 2022 will be exactly 21 years of knowing Nnamdi Kanu. And minus 8 years from that 21 years, that is how long we've been married. To be wife of Nnamdi Kanu, on our very traditional marriage day, he was kidnapped. he was taken from me. So just like what you see in the movies, having problems during the day of an event.
He was kidnapped.
And yes, he was
the start of baptism by fire. Go on, please.
He was taken, and who was that? Who did that? That was Owazurike, Ralph Owazurike. So I wouldn't delve into that today. Life after that is just the usual life of couples, which I will detail at some point in the future, so not today. But for today, I will say that it is very hard and difficult. Because you would, based on the natural order of couple relationship, want to be with your husband, plan and execute these terms together. Birth and raise children together, and all the rest of the case, as the case may be. At first, I would be very upset when he does not pick my call. Women, you just, sometimes when you need attention and you want to have a conversation and that time is not there. So I would be upset, and I would, when he does not pick my call or return my call. So over time, I learned to let it go. I proactively started to think, maybe he's in a meeting, because I've had to sit while he's in meetings. He will be in meetings, from this meeting to another meeting. Whilst he's there talking, I'll have to bring water, knowing that he's been sat there for hours. So having seen all that, I started to fall into line, proactively. So when he does not pick if he's away and does not pick my call, I think, okay, it's one of those meetings and is one of those interviews. So gradually it became his action plan to call me as soon as I was free. We had gone 10 days without him calling me, and I knew he was okay. We've gone 10 days without him calling me, and I knew he's fine where he is. He will call when he's done. He could be airborne, So it is tedious. It is absolutely tedious. You have to be strong. You have to be understanding to know that absolutely this is what it takes. Because if I have it in my head that it is tedious and it's terrible, then you start to go into a place of depression or whatever. So in order not to let that happen, this is the picture that we built together. So this is what it is, and this is how I have had to deal with it. So it is very tedious. It can be very daunting sometimes, because I get to do quite a lot of things. I tend to feel in his place, and some meetings like parents' meetings, and have to do all of that. So yes, it's quite tedious.
Okay, let's move on. Do you receive encouragements or discouragements from family members concerning your position as the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you receive encouragements and or discouragements from family members?
Yes, I do. I mean, in life, it's always a two-way path. Even when one is in school, in your course of study, in your career, you do get encouragements and discouragements. It could be directly or indirectly, but it's a natural thing. It's not something that it is to be thought to be a bad thing. So it's a natural thing, and it happens in every course of one's life. So in everything we do, we may not get encouraged all the time, nor discouraged, but not in a bad way all the time. It is something that happens in the course of life. Everything we do, it may be indirectly or directly sometimes, but just as every other person, one can be discouraged or encouraged by the actions of those around them. So, for example, I have it's my husband's cousin, the wife. She said, "Oh, you're studying a professional course. Why are you studying a professional course? You're going to look for jobs and you do this, and So, to me, I could have thought that would discourage me. I could have thought, am I in the right path? Am I on the right track? Am I studying the right course? Am I, But that is how some discouragement can come as. So it's nothing at all to be discouraged. I mean, discouragement is sometimes is a lesson. You can get discouragement, but then you look at that very path and say, why is this way? Has something been done right or wrong? And then you look around again to see. So for example, in the workplace, it's called critical path analysis. So this sort of joins with being the wife of Nnamdi Kanu and how it feels, the journey. Because I have to be in line with not just the structure of who I am, of my particular kind of person, but also fill in the gaps found in the critical path. I will try to be not very ambiguous, but as concise and precise as much as possible to avoid anyone being bound by the complexity of ambiguity. So if, for example, I say I want to make, I think it's a maize meal. We call it HAUSA-SERVICE. So there are processes to do that. And I want to present it in a particular way. So I want someone to see it and say, this is good. So in my head, I will try as much as I can to make sure that I carry out all the steps appropriately. So this is connecting with discouragement, encouragement, and being the wife of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm bringing everything together. So this process is called the critical path analysis. I would get the plantain wrap, the plantain leaf to wrap this maize meal. And before I do that, I'll think, for someone to see this and eat it and like it, have I got the right amount of salt? Have I got the right amount of pepper? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I do.
So I would go back and run another test, which is stir the maize meal and taste for salt and taste for pepper to see. Now, do not forget that the taste buds, our taste buds or palates, they taste things differently. So I could taste and think to myself, oh, I'm okay with the salt and I'm okay with the pepper. But someone else might not be okay with the pepper and the salt. So that is my critical path analysis. That is me trying to make sure that that very food turns out okay. So someone else who eats it and does not like it may say, oh, there is no salt or there is no pepper. Or someone with another kind of taste bud would say, there is too much salt and there is too much pepper. But one thing I learned that from my father-in-law. God bless his dear, beloved, departed soul. My husband took after him in terms of being diplomatic, and my little one as well. He's the same way. So my father-in-law will eat that food, and he will not tell you that it is salty or it is not salty. If it is salty, he will say, on the back, there could have been, there's something that tastes like too much salt in the back. How did you put the salt? So that is how he would ask you those questions. So to me, if he asked me that, I wouldn't feel discouraged to cook next time. I would want to cook and make it better. Do you understand? So to answer your question in terms of discouragement and encouragement, it is a natural thing. Sometimes you see things that would discourage you. Sometimes you see things that will encourage you. So it's both, is life is all balanced.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, please. Some time ago, you briefly appeared in a so-called Zoom prayer session by some infiltrators and renegades of IPOB. Can you tell us more about how and why you were present in that Zoom meeting, please?
Okay. Meeting, a prayer. It was a prayer meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so to explain that, I happen to be in communication with the women leader in the United States, Mrs. Bridget Okorafor. She's a great woman. She has a good heart, and she yearns for the release of my husband, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. She would send me a text and say, on Saturdays, every Saturday for months, she would send me a text and say, the Biafran women are in prayer. And I would say, oh, I will raise my hands in prayers. And sometimes I will say, put me in your prayers. Because after the funeral of my mom, I had fallen so much ill that I haven't been quite myself. So at some point, I said to her that, she said to me, it's actually okay for you to join in this prayer. And I said, yes, absolutely, you're right. I should join in this prayer because it will be a great thing for me to encourage the people who take the time out of the little time they have to pray for the release of our leader, for his safety and his well-being. So if not for anything else, I should at least encourage them and say, Jisinike, keep up the good work. So back to your question again, these are the sort of things you would do, someone could perceive as discouragement. So if I don't do that, a few might be discouraged to say, where is the wife? She doesn't join us. To me, it may not be discouragement because if I hadn't been told, I would not be aware of what they're doing. But because she tells me, because she tells me all the time that we are praying, we've gone into prayer now, I felt it was my obligation to encourage them. And how would I encourage them? Directly by praying with them. Because I believe that there is power in prayer with people joining hands together in agreement. It is powerful. So I said to her one of these days that I would join, and then next time again I said, today is rough for me and not able to do that, maybe just finishing from the little ones football, and even in illness, because I have to do all of this being ill as well. So I said to her, I can't remember the month right now, but I know it was on the 5th. So I said to her the 5th of that month that I will join, and she was elated. She was like, okay, that's great. She was happy about that, which also I was very happy to pray with my sisters and mothers. So on that day, in fact, the night before that day, I became more ill. The ailment I have, I take medication, and I probably was taking the wrong medication, and it wasn't helping me, it was making it worse. So in the morning, I was just thinking to myself, how would I do today? Because I was shivering. When I walk, my feet will be hurting. And in fact, I was in bed. I was crying when my brother-in-law called me. That is Kinsley. Kinsley called me, and he said, "Okay, what is the problem?" I said, "This thing is not feeling. I'm not feeling any better with this thing." And he said, "What are you taking?" And we talked, and he was really worried. So he called one of our uncles, their uncles, and brought him on the phone, and we spoke, and he asked me a few questions, and we talked about a particular thing that I needed to take, and I quickly ordered immediate delivery for that, in fact, to collect in the store. So I had to go collect that. I took it, and I felt better a little bit, but I was still feeling very dizzy. I can't walk without holding on to things. And then I thought to myself, can I actually attend this prayer? But because I have said I will be there, I had to be there. So I joined on. I was called in, I think it was via Zoom. I had a blanket over my head because I was very, very ill. Because when I'm ill, is all tears that falls off my eyes. So I got on, I was brought in, and we prayed, and I encouraged them with the word of God and affirmed the power in prayer, and we prayed. And that was the first time I actually put together the death of my mother and the incarceration of my husband and my illness at the same time. I've always had to think one at a time. But in that moment, that was the first time I saw the 3 mountain high mountains in front of me. And I could barely actually even talk. I wanted to sing a lot of songs. I was filled with so much emotions and the pain as well that I was going through physically right there. Not just emotional pain. I was physically very, very ill. So I joined them in prayers, and I realized that being amongst them, by being amongst them, I felt, or in the midst of them, I felt better. Not of the physical pain, but the emotional burden kind of eased a little bit because I was amongst people. So, also being the wife of Nnamdi Kanu, you have to, be careful regarding your parts and where you are and things. So, but I felt great because we were in the presence of God. We were seeking His face. So I made very few speech, and I said I would be there. I would always join them once in a while, if it's once a month or once in 2 months. I would, because we were in the presence of God. We were seeking His face. So I made very few speech, and I said I would be there. I would always join them once in a while, if it's once a month or once in 2 months, I would join, and then that I like the fact that they come together to pray. That shows commitment, and the fact that they understand that Nnamdi Kanu is suffering where he is, and he needs the intervention of God. Is also great, and for us all to pour out our hearts, asking God that for Nnamdi Kanu to be where he is today, that alone is righteousness onto his path. Nnamdi Kanu, for being where he is a righteous man. And because of that, God will hear our prayers. And after saying that, I went on mute, and in fact, I went on mute instead of going away, and had to tend to the little one. So at some point, I could still hear the voice and noise. I thought, oh my God, this thing is still on. So I logged off and I went off. So that was what happened. Nothing happened. I mean, no problems or anything whatsoever. And then I think the next day, I got a text from my sister's husband, my little sister's husband. He said, "Madam, can I call you? He always asks me first if it's okay to speak to me, because knowing that I was very, very ill." So I said, "Yes, okay, you can call me." And he rang me and he said, I've just been fighting and explaining to some people about something." I said, "What happened?" He said, "You were on a platform that you shouldn't be." I thought, oh my God, what platform is that? And he said, "The platform you were on yesterday to pray." I thought, I don't think I went there to do anything wrong. And what is wrong with the platform? So that was my question, and I will keep the rest to myself. So that was what happened, to answer your question.
Okay, we move on. What do you wholesomely, what do you say about the extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, notwithstanding he is holding a British passport? He was renditioned to a country, a third country, that Nigeria is not holding Nigeria passports. So it is really bizarre in the world stage. What do you say about it? This episode, this bizarre episode. What do you say about it?
It is indeed bizarre. It is mind-boggling as to how countries who are signatory to the same UN Charter that stands against human rights, these two countries, they are signatory to that very charter, the Human Rights Charter of the United Nations. But because this is currently being put through the legal process, there isn't anything that I think that is not out there, and everybody knows that Nigeria is making a fool of herself, and UK is also making a mess of herself, because these two, they are signatories to the UN Charter that stands against human rights violation. And keeping someone in solitary violation, in solitary confinement from such time to this very moment is a clear sign that these two are probably unaware of their involvement. But like I said, because this is currently being put through the legal process, there is not much I should say now. But underground works are being done, and the right feathers are being ruffled. Like the UN working group, having declared the importance of the case being resolved. Immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu, because this is a clear violation of his human rights, as declared by the UN Charter, to which Britain, like I mentioned earlier, as well as Nigeria, are signatories. So I think this brings me to the encouragement part of this question as well, which I addressed earlier. I don't know how much advantage we are taking of this working group declaration by UN, as attained by Bruce Wayne, who was engaged by the women-led leader, IPOB Women Leader USA, led by, that's Mrs. Bridget Okafor, and a few good-hearted Biafrans. Excuse me. This needs to be made known far and wide via social media handle in order to gain traction, in order to gain the right and the proper traction. But prior to the UN working group, I'm speaking about this because this is already in the open. I actually met with Bruce Wayne and we discussed, he was here in the UK. We discussed some details, steps to be taken, and he got the nod of approval. And here is the result. All the strategies are in pipeline and will be made known in the future when they're already out. Having said this, I have been also interviewed by the Times UK, which was published, I think, 11th of July, 2021. In fact, I was interviewed alongside Kingsley, and that's Kingsley Kanu, my brother-in-law, and I'm sure this is also in the public domain. I think so the encouragement I spoke of should come from the spreading of any move we make in the public, of any information we have that needs to go far and wide. So I believe that very interview we both had on the 11th of July 2021 is also in the public domain and was shared far and wide. The UK government, the United Kingdom government, they will at some point have to face the fact that it is their responsibility to see to their citizen, which is Nnamdi Kanu, just as they intervened and prevented the extraordinary rendition of late Alhaji Umaru Dikko in 1984. He was not even a British citizen. I'm not sure why he was saved, or why that very situation was stopped from happening. So if he was not a British citizen and his extraordinary rendition was stopped, then the British government will at some point have to face the fact. They have to face their responsibility towards their citizen, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. There is nothing they can do about it. They will have to. Thank you.
Have you ever visited our leader this time around in the DSS custody? If yes, how do you see his physical and mental fitness? I'm talking about this time around.
This time around, yes. Yes, I have seen him. I've been to see him. Yes, I have been to see him. And in fact, Nnamdi Kanu is mentally and physically fit. More mentally fit than those roaming free, but who are not free indeed. And I'm sure people would know that, or people already know, our people already know that he is, why do we call him Ohamadike? He is the strength of all. He is our strength. So he is mentally the most strongest that I've ever known. We discussed, we spoke for quite a while. We talked about his health, which is not something that people are not aware of. It's not he's healthy, but he needs a physician who would deal with his heart issues. Everybody knows that he has heart issues, and that is very, very, very imminent. It must happen. Because you can't keep someone in solitary confinement and not provide that person with the medical care that he requires. They're just continually making a fool of their country and who they are. So we discussed the children, but most importantly, we discussed the struggle and other things which I could not think about. I couldn't even remember. But he remembered them all. He was asking me these and that, and I was like, wow. I was trying to remember some that I've even forgotten about. So we had our discussions, and he is as sound and clear as the crystal ball. That's who he is. So when he kept asking me these questions, I thought, oh my God. I started to praise and hail him, and I said, Ohamadike, Ohamadike, the man that speaks for the helpless, the man that saw the light and said, no, I want my people to experience this light. I praised and hailed him, and I threw accolades, and he was smiling. And I said, Odowu, Kamanozozo. And he stood, there he is, in his usual glory. He stood tall, like the demigod that he is amongst men. He stood, and he was laughing. He said, Ibiakwala. I continue to praise and hail him. I continue to sing praises of him. And he said, okay, you know you are my kiss of death. I don't know. I'm sure some people play chess. I'm not a very good player myself. But my husband is a good, he's very good at chess. And the little one plays chess as well. So when I came back, because I didn't have internet whilst I was there, I had to ask the little one, whoa, can you tell me, what is the kiss of death? I mean, what does that mean? And he showed me the moves of what it means to be kiss of death. I'm sure I don't know if you play chess.
Yes, I do. I play chess very well.
Oh, great. So that was what he said to me. He said, you know, you're my kiss of death. And I laughed. I thought, okay, so he's very sound mentally. He has all his... I mean, I'm sure that is what people know him to be. The most intelligent of them all. The most mentally articulative man. So I don't think there's anything I'm saying here that is new. So he is very sound and clear as a crystal ball in terms of mental and physical strength.
Okay, let me ask you this last question before we take some few seconds or minutes break. Have you ever been contacted directly or indirectly by any Nigerian agent?
Contacted?
Yes.
No. Absolutely no.
Okay, thank you very much. You are listening to Tough Talk on Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. You are hearing the voice of our First Lady, Wada Uchechi Kanu. Today is the 3rd day of September 2022. We shall go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, we shall continue in the second part. Please don't go away.
to Talk on Radio Biafra London.
Biafra worldwide phone call comes continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims
of... You are listening to Talk on Radio Biafra London. You are listening to Talk on Radio Biafra London.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. We are on Tough Talk with our First Lady, Nwada Uchechi Okukano. That is who you are hearing her voice all over the world. Today is the 3rd day of September 2022. Therefore, we must continue to the second part of the questions, please. Welcome back to the second part.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said before about your answer the question. Now, what do you have to say about IPOB structure? What do you have to say about IPOB structure? And some people try to thwart this established structure. What do you have to say personally? Please, go on.
Thank you. IPOB structure. IPOB, in fact, first of all, the mantra of IPOB is one family. The IPOB structure that I know has been set up as the backbone upon which this movement relies. That is a structure. And in every organization, if you do not have a structure, you will collapse. Just as a human being, what is our structure? It is the spinal cord that you have, the spinal cord, the spinal line, the spine. That is the structure. If that is tampered with, if you have a problem with that, you will collapse as a human. You will not walk. So the structure has been set up there in IPOB. IPOB has her own structure, which is her backbone upon which she relies. There is an hierarchical organogram. I mean, this has been since 2014, 2015. In terms of the organogram, that's what I'm talking about. The organogram has been since 2014 and is hierarchical rather. It is put into place to enable the effective functioning of IPOB. And that structure stems from the head of Directorate of State through to the last official within every IPOB chapter. The Directorate of State spearheads some time ago, during 2015, I'm sure those who were in IPOB then would hear a lot of, IPOB is being spearheaded by the DOS, IPOB is spearheaded by the DOS is Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu is the DOS. I don't know if nobody sings that mantra anymore, but that is the structure that I know that Nnamdi Kanu has set in place. The Directorate of State spearheads the movement, and I'm sure we are all aware that Nnamdi Kanu is also a member of DOS. Hence, any operation outside of this very structure, honestly, should be disregarded. And let it be worthy of note that Radio Biafra, which is why I am here today, I mean, I could go on BBC and the rest of them, but Nnamdi Kanu understands the power of media. He knows that if you have media, you have the power. The rest of the media, censored or sponsored by the government, they will always censor your news. They will always twist what you say to be something else. And then Nnamdi Kanu will say to you, Radio Biafra is where you come and you get the unadulterated news or information. So let's not forget that Radio Biafra is the mouthpiece of the movement. There could be other movements, other places in the world. There are several movements, everybody trying to make sure that we get Biafra. But IPOB, under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu, Radio Biafra is the mouthpiece of the movement. And as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will always say, Radio Biafra is where we worship. It is where we worship. For those trying to thwart the established structure, the very purpose, the very spinal cord upon which IPOB lies on. they need to be aware that they are functioning outside of IPOB, being led by Nnamdi Kanu. And when you function outside of a defined structure, you are deliberately sabotaging the objective of that very movement. Let me give you a biological example. Some people may think I actually didn't go to school. During the cell formation, I'm giving a biological example as to how you function within a structure. During a cell formation, which is referred to as mitosis, some say mitosis, some say mitosis, the cells would split into two sister cells to create a bigger function. And what is that bigger function? That bigger function is known as the tissues. Now, these tissues would come together to create organs, and the organs create a functional system. Now, if you relate this to the system of IPOB, you will understand the hierarchical structure that I'm talking about. Therefore, when you function outside of a functional system, you are an exoparasite. I mean, a lot of us, we did biology in secondary school. You function as an exoparasite, and your objective is specifically to penetrate the functional system to cause harm or mishap. That becomes your job. That becomes your prerogative. That becomes your objective. That becomes your vision as an exoparasite, to cause mishap, because you're functioning outside of the mapped structure or system or functional system. However, if an exoparasite decides to establish a symbiotic relationship, I want our people, for everyone who is under the sound of my voice, to understand this very example that I'm giving. If you fail to understand it, ask your brother, ask your sister, ask your lawyer, or ask your doctor, whom you think might understand better. If an exoparasite decides to then establish a symbiotic relationship with an already established system, if you remember, I did say I will try to not be ambiguous, for us not to be bound by the complexity of ambiguity. So I'm trying to speak in a simple term and in a simple tone, so everyone will understand me. Now, if an exoparasite decides to establish a symbiotic relationship with an already established system, then there must be a form of agreement, underline the word agreement, between the system and the exoparasite. Outside of any agreement, outside of these very agreement, the exoparasite must be regarded as an intruder whose intention is to cause harm and to cause chaos. To explain this further, think about the grazing cattle, cattle. The grazing cattle and an egret. Egret is E-G-R-E-T. Whilst the cattle grazes, the egret feeds on the fleas You know, the fleas that you find on the back, on the skin of the cattle. The egret feeds on the fleas on the cattle. So they both are benefiting from their relationship. So whilst the cattle is grazing and the fleas are, you know, eating off the skin and disturbing the cattle, the egret is, as light as it is feeding on the fleas. And the cattle has no problem whatsoever because the egret is helping it. But imagine a dog wanting to jump on the back of a grazing cattle. What will happen?
Of course, the cattle will, there will be a fight.
Absolutely. So that is, when you try to thwart a structure, a system, that is what happens, because the egret comes based on agreement and feeds on the fleas, and they both cohabit. So I think that is my answer for those trying to thwart the structure set by Nnamdi Kanu and his DOS members. And that is where IPOB is spearheaded from. Thank you. Sorry, excuse me, I was coughing.
Let me repeat the question for you, for the interest of the public. I think I off my telephone without knowing it. Do you at any time feel bullied or threatened by any individual, organization, or government agent? Go on.
Yes, I have been, bullied and threatened. I have been bullied and threatened by an individual. No, not at all. But organization and governments agents. In fact, the government. There's S there because governments and agents. Yes, absolutely yes. But that at some point in the future, I will explain better. Of course, we all know. I'm not here.
That you better do in the future because everybody listening to your voice, we like to know the governments that are sponsoring this bully or threats. Please, everybody. We don't joke with our first family. That is the reality. Please go on.
Like I said, yes. For individual, I don't know. Not that I'm aware of any individual bully. I'm not one they bully anyway. You can't bully me, unfortunately. But threatened by organization or government, of course, Nigerian government. Yes, I am threatened by their steps that they have taken. And I'm also threatened by the steps of other governments, such as United States. Like I said, I can just leave it here for now, because I will just leave that for now. But yes, I am being threatened by at least these two governments that I've mentioned. And in fact, if I could buttress on that, I have been threatened. I've been threatened by, there would be organization because it wasn't just one person. So these people would be in a dark van. We have experienced that before. Myself and my husband, we were being watched, and we made the necessary moves that we had to. Also, since his incarceration, yes, I have noticed such movements, once again, and I took the same necessary step. So yes, to your question.
Okay. Now, what is your general counsel or advice to the family members of this global movement, the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide? What is your general counsel or advice to every one of us?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I'm not here today to tell us all the related history that we already know, Chinua Achebe, all the quotes that we already know, all the books we've all read. I for one, I try to implement what I read in a book, which is why I have a problem with some certain sects. And when I say sect, I mean people who gather and create mantras. It becomes something they say without thinking about it. So when I read a book, I try to relate it to life, whatever I read. And that makes me an SM-plastic. I am SM-plastic, an eclecticist. Having said that, we know the story of every history. So, but how do we apply it to our current situations? How do we? People read Bible, people read Quran, people read a lot of things. People get history from the past and they put it together. That is what I do, and I learn from it, and then I separate points that I would like to use. We also know Winnie Mandela. We try to always use Mandela to at least make reference when we talk about our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And a few times as well, I've been asked questions about Winnie Mandela, and people just throw comments and a few parts of it. Some people, I don't know how aware they are regarding the real life of Winnie, the things she did on the ground, whilst no one would see her, screaming on social media and faffing about. She was doing a few things, even though she was stopped by government, which I've just answered your question here. Now, my general counsel would be that as a people, now this counsel goes to people who fall under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu, those who believe in his cause, those who believe that he is the hope of the hopeless, and that he's the light in our darkest path. And he is the voice that speaks for those who cannot speak or fight for themselves. This counsel is for those people. And from what he said to me as well, we must remain focused and avoid any distractions whatsoever. As you have observed, there has been a lot of noise over the past year, which has been aimed at distorting the vision of the struggle. Always have it at the forefront of your mind about those we have lost. Have it at the forefront of your mind those who we have lost in the struggle, who died with the hope that our people will be liberated from the claws of our oppressors. In the coming months, or in the months to come, and has been in the last year, you will continue to be exposed to a lot of noise. You will continue to be exposed to a lot of noise. As Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will always say, they will try, they will always try. Always try. If IPOB is not doing anything good or right, nobody would want to distort what we are doing. All the things he has predicted, everything, the way he says it, it happens. He made mention of, in the coming months, some of you will sell out, some people will sell out, and you will see the evidence. They will start running mad just by their own hands without you chasing them. They will start running. That is the words of my husband, not me, said it. That is his prophecy, one of his prophecies. But we should always remember that those who gave their lives gave it in the hope that our people will be liberated. So their blood must not go in vain, be spilt in vain. But learn to listen. I don't know, but I know that some of us have learned over the course of time. We've learned to listen. I've spoken to some people and they don't listen. And when you don't listen to me, I'll stop talking to you. I wouldn't bother. I don't have time to waste, to keep saying the same thing over and over again. Nnamdi Kanu said, listen to the words that will add value, and keep you on track and in line with the vision of IPOB led by him, that is led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I can understand our people's nature of usurping authority, which has always ended up causing us damage as a people. I was on outreach for the objective of our people in the United States to come together. And I gave an analysis. I said something, and I will say that thing again today, because I haven't even seen that video. It seems that the reason why a lot, I want everyone to pay attention to this. Pay absolute attention. It seems the reason why a lot of our people join a group or join meetings or join someone now, but unfortunately this is not someone now. This is not someone now meeting. This is freedom fighting organization. But it seems the reason why a lot of people join groups is not primarily to participate in helping the group to achieve its purpose or objective, but wanting to win and create a clique systematically with the intention of introducing their own selfish vision, eventually causing mayhem within the main group as a reason to create their own visionless group, which always, it ends up nowhere, dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. You split, you start your own, you split even within yourself and keep splitting. Opposite of mitosis. The opposite of the biological example I gave, opposite of mitosis. They end up maligning people from the main vision of the original group and making them visionless. Now these people become more confused, more disjointed, and more directionless because they hate the original group and have no clarity of purpose whatsoever. This has been the mantra, this has been the motto, this has been the steps and the structure of our people. Multiply this stupendous ignoramus by, let's say, 10,000, 50,000. That is equal to where we are today. Worse than we were ever. Worse than we ever were. I leave you to ponder on that. I leave you to go back and perhaps listen to what I've said and see if you can make any sense of it and analyze it and try to pinpoint if that has been the case. Let's remain focused. That is the word I have for you from my husband, our leader, your leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of this very movement. I am not talking to another person who runs a movement. I am not talking to another person who runs another name of Biafra fighting organization. I am talking to the people who fell under the power of Nnamdi Kanu to remain focused and steadfast. Remember the teachings he has taught you all these years. He kept saying it. You don't listen. Everything he has said and taught for the past how many years, it seems like he never said a word. People are distorted and confused and behaving like they don't know a thing. He said, you need to be strong. Be without fear. That is his word in the face of your enemies. This is his favorite quote. Be brave and upright. Upright. That God may love thee. And that evil may not befall thee. Speak the truth. Always. Leave backbiting and underground digging to make sure that your brother falls into the pit. Leave it behind. Speak the truth always, even if it leads to your death, even if it makes you appear foolish, even if it makes you appear weak. Speak that truth. Remember to focus on our goals. We have a goal. The rest is just noise. Noise. Absolute noise. Ad feminam. You can write this down, or you can replay it. These are Latin words. If you delve into psychology, this will make more meaning. Ad feminam. Ad hominem. Ad hominem fallacy, ad hominem abusive, ad hominem circumstantial. These are all noise. They are noise. They make you lose focus. Ignore this noise. And always bear in mind that there is something called power, which is the ability to alter, to direct, or influence another's behavior or course of event. That is what we have. That is what every IPOB member who is under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu has. Which ad feminines, all the people causing or trying to thwart the structure which he has suffered for, which he has bled for, are trying to thwart. They have none. Remember, this is IPOB, and we always win. Always, in the end, we win. Thank you.
Dear woman, thank you very much for being here. But before you go, I would like you to also make your closing remarks using our dialects, our language. You are an Igbo woman. So please, talk to us closely using Igbo language. Ure asụsụ do anyị gwa ya okwu ka amatakwa na ị na-asụ na ịwụ nwa afọ Igbo. Ndewo. Go on.
Ndewo Mazi. As Hamadike would say, okwu Igbo wa asụsụ eluigwe. Asụsụ eluigwe. I would have screamed IPOB, one family, IPOB, if I would get a response. But I would say that for us all. Achọrọ m ikele ndị be anyị. Achọrọ m ikele ụmụ Biafra niile. Ma ndị kwetara n'odudu Nnamdi Kanu, ma ndị na-ekwetaghị. Ana m ekele mmadụ niile nke na-anụ olu m n'abalị a. Ọtụtụ mgbe apụtabeghị m bịa kwuo okwu kama ihe gbasara unu na-eche m, ọ na-eche m uche. Amakwana m na unu hụrụ m n'anya dịka m si hụ unu n'anya. Eji m aka a na-ekele ndị niile na-agba mbọ ịhụ na onye isi anyị pụtara. Na-ekelekwa ndị nọ ebe ha nọ n'ekpere ma ngamije n'ihi na anyị bụ IPOB, anyị bụ ọnụrụbe nwanne agbara ọsọ. O wee jiri mara anyị. So anyị tie mkpu si IPOB, anyị etie one family. Kedu ihe ọ pụtara? Ọ bụ ịdị n'otu. Ka m were aka a kelee mmadụ niile n'ịbịakọta ka anyị dị n'otu. N'ihi na anyị ga-adịrịrị n'otu. Ma anyị adịghị n'otu, oge ka anyị na-emefu oge. Ka anyị wepụ iwe, ka anyị nwekwa ndidi, nwekwa nkasi obi, n'ihi na ndị anyị hụrụ n'anya nwụchara anwụ. Eze eluigwe anarala mkpụrụ obi ha n'udo. Kama anyị ọ bụ ndị dị ndụ, ka anyị wepụ iwe, wepụ ọnụma, wepụ ekworo, bụrụ onye nche nwanne anyị. Ọhamadike kwuru okwu, nye iwu ka anyị lekọta onwe anyị, onye ọbụla lekọta nwanne ya. Ghara ị na-egbu nwanne gị. Ghara ị na-egbu nwanne gị. Ka anyị ghara ị na-egbuchi onwe anyị. Ka anyị nọrọ na nche. Ka anyị nọrọ na nche, chebe onwe anyị. Ka anyị nọrọ na nchebe nke onwe anyị, n'ihi na ilekọta anyị, ime ka anyị nọrọ n'otu, ime ka ọ dịrị anyị na mma, bụ ihe ya ma ji nọrọ ebe ọ nọ today. Ihe o ji nọrọ ebe ọ nọ taa na ahụhụ ọ na-ata bụ ka anyị nọrọ na nchebe. Nchebe m na-ekwu okwu awụ ka anyị ghara ịnọ na mmerụ ahụ. Onye bịa ya omegide nwanne ya, merụọ nwanne ya ahụ. Ọ bụ ya bụ ihe kpatara o ji nọrọ ebe ahụ. Ka anyị niile nọrọ n'udo, nọrọ n'otu, ịdị n'otu na ịhụnanya. Ndị niile ka nọ na-akwado ihe ya nwa hiwara na mbụ. Ndị na-esorobeghị ikuku eburubeghị ha.
mgbe ị na-eji ama onye hụrụ gị n'anya mgbe ị na-anọ ya otu ahụ onye ahụ si dosa ihe ya gị hapụrụ ya ahụ otu ahụ ọ bụ ya bụ na ị hụrụ onye ahụ n'anya gị lekọtara ya onye ahụ kwadoziere ya ọ bụrụ na onye ahụ kụrụ okoko flower I believe gị na-akwadoro ya ahụ na-achabi ya otochiche ebe niile ịchabie ya gwọrọ ya ahụ mmiri mezie ya ga-gburu ọgụ ka ịdọpụ ya ka ịkụrụ ya kopụ na onye ahụ nọ ya ka m bupụ okoko a n'ụzọ ka ọ pụọrọ m n'ụzọ ka m nkọ nke m otu a ka ị ga-esi ezi na ịhụrụ onye ahụ n'anya n'ihi nke a ndị niile n'ezi na ha hụrụ Nnamdi n'anya Nnamdi Kanu n'anya hụbiga ya oke bụ ndị nọ agbanyeghị nsogbu niile bịara n'ụzọ ha agbanyeghị ọnwụnwa niile bịara n'ụzọ ha ma ha guzokwa ha ka guzogidere na ndụmọdụ ya ha ka guzogidere na nkụzi niile ọ kụziri ha ka guzogidere na I'm looking for a word for pillar. Ha ka guzogide na mgbazi olu ọ gbaziri ha ọ bụ ndị a bụ ndị mma ọnọdụ Nnamdi Kanu nọ n'ụbọchị taa n'ebe ọ nọ na ihe o kwuru n'ebe ahụ ebe ọwụ na aga m ekwu okwu a n'okwu bekee ka m mkpọzie mmadụ ole na ole ka m were ohere a kelee ndị niile nọ na Directorate of State ndị na-akpọkwa m ka ha mara otu m mere na-agakwa ije nọ n'ime ya ime ka onye isi anyị pụta ndị niile nọ n'okpuru Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bụ Ọhamadike one of Biafra land gakwarị na ndị a na-akpọ media warriors amaghị m ihe m ga-akpọ okwu Igbo na gallant and unshakable a na-akwatu ha akwatu ha bụ oke osisi Nnamdi Kanu ọ na-agwa ya onye ukwu ọ na-agwa ya onye nta na media warriors were the arms wụ aka IPOB ji arụ ọgụ achọrọ m ikele ha ka anyị jisie ike Tweet Tuesday anyị na-eme o chetara m ya ọ chọrọ m ya ka anyị jisie ike kwanye ọkụ na Tweet Tuesday ozi ọwụla anyị nwụ ka anyị si na Tweet Tuesday mee ka ntị ndị iro anyị niile nwụrụ ọkụ sikwarị na Mazi Chike dozie m ọkwa mgbe anyị kwuru okwu otu ihe si na-aga ọkwa onye mbụ ọ jụrụ m ajụjụ ya unu jisie ike ka ihe ọ hapụrụ n'aka unu hapụ imebi ọ bụkwa na-ebu nye unu kama amaara m na unu amụtala ezigbota ihe n'aka ya unu amụtala ihe niile ọ na-akụziri unu ọ bụkwa ya bụ ihe bụ na mmadụ ma ihe akụziri ya ihe ya esoro ihe ahụ akụziri ya na-eme ya otu ahụ ọ bịa bụ amamihe so ekelela m unu ndị nwe m ndị Chineke chọrọ mma ndị dịka echi n'ihi na echi a na-agwụ agwụ. Ahụ m niile bụrụ ọnụ ọ gaghị ezu ikele unu. Were eguzogide m n'ọnọdụ Nnamdi Kanu na mụwa, na-asị ka Chineke gọzie unu, chebe unu, dozie unu, kwadokwa nzọmụkwụ unu niile ruo, n'ihi na mgbe oge na-adịghị anya, na mgbe na-adịghị anya, anyị ga-aṅụrịkwa ọṅụ ahụ anyị ṅụrịrị mgbe gara aga, anyị ga-aṅụrị ya n'oge na-adịghị anya. Ka Chineke gọzie unu niile. Ekele m na-abara unu n'ọnọdụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ọ bụ ya bụ ihe anyị na-akpọ on behalf of. Ekele m na-abara unu n'ọnọdụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, onye ndu nke IPOB worldwide. Ndewo.
Ndewo Nwada Uchechi Kanu, our First Lady. Thank you for being here with us, and I believe and hope that also in the future that you will spare your time also to talk with us or talk to us through this Hello platform.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Absolutely.
much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There were Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. We have come to the end of this program known as Tough Talk, and you've had it all. Therefore, we must continue, and we must continue. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan, from here, it is simply good evening. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct, and today is the 9th day of September in the year of our Lord 2022. Before I continue, or without taking any time, I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Edoziem, to address Biafrans as scheduled. Mazi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mazi, Jonathan. I hope I am coming out clear.
You are, please, Mazi, go on, continue.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to you wonderful, great Biafrans all over the world. My name is Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of territory. Today, as Jonathan already said, is the 9th of September 2022. And on Tuesday next week, being the 13th of September 2022, we have been informed that the Court of Appeal of Abuja, Nigeria, the zoo, will be holding to hear the appeal of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, against the biased and unjustifiable decision of the Abuja High Court, presided over by Justice Binta Nyako. Great Biafrans, as our leader has already requested, and as we all also know that many of us and many of you out there have continued to supplicate unto heaven, unto Chukwu Abiyama, and of course, unto our ancestors. Our leaders specifically requested that we continue in prayer. And we will continue in prayer that the heaven may take honor and glory on that day, and that the children of Chukwu Abiyama shall have a cause to rejoice. Therefore, we must continue to pray and commit Onyendu in the hands of Chukwu Abiyama, and those of us, we know that this is an appeal, a court of appeal seeking. And we also know that usually most of the time, not always, sometimes, the appearance of defendants are not necessarily required when appeals are being, when appeal court is sitting. But we will not take anything for granted. Therefore, I will ask those Biafrans who are in and around Abuja and its environs, if there is a call for duty, those of you in the very northern region, you should make arrangements to be in Abuja Court of Appeal on the 13th of September. We must continue to show solidarity with our leader and, of course, with our able team of legal representatives. Those in Abuja, let me repeat, make arrangements. Those in the environs of Abuja and those in the northern region, make arrangements to be at the court on this very day. As the legal team are pursuing the legal aspect of the release, the unconditional freedom and liberty of our leader, we will also not relent in our international demand for his release as well. And in that direction, we have penciled down the 17th of October. The 17th of October 2022 to be a day of IPOB Family Worldwide Rally in London. A 1 million man march will take place in London on the 17th of October. All roads, therefore, must lead to London on that very day, from all corners of the globe. Arrangements must be, our people must begin to make arrangements to move down to London on this very date. Begin now to ask for those of you who are employed, begin now to put in requests for to be granted off on that very day, or at least 2 days, from your workplace. The details of the rally, the flyers will be coming in due time. We will be making it public very shortly, so that our mobilization will continue until the day we will surpass. Biafrans, we must surpass what we did in Brussels in July. The Brussels was great, it was wonderful from all aspects, but we must surpass not only in attendance, but also in making sure that our demand is heard and listened to by the world authorities and the world powers and countries. Now, there is something very, very troubling that is happening in Biafra land. A serial abuse of Biafran teenage girls by the Nigerian Janjaweed military. The abomination, this abomination being committed by Nigerian security agencies, be it the army, the police, the DSS, in their respective detention facilities across the zoo, where they have filled these detention facilities with Biafran youths, young men and women. The abomination that is happening there, the defilement of teenage girls, underage girls, is very, very troubling. It's very troubling, and we know that the zoo and all its institutions are built on lies and denials. Amnesty International brought out a report and indicted the Nigerian army, the Nigerian secret police, the Gestapo DSS, the Nigerian police, of committing untold crime against humanity by way of abducting, kidnapping, and extrajudicially murdering our youths and our men, and of course our women. They have denied it, but we can see, we have seen, we are receiving very genuine reports, eyewitness reports of the crime of rape that these murderers and these cursed men in uniform are committing against the Biafran youths, and specifically Biafran young girls. The problem is that they do not even distinguish whether one is an underage girl or a grandmother in this their barbaric and animalistic act of rape. They do not make any distinction. Their purpose is to defile our women. Some they have impregnated. Some will die in the course of being defiled uncountably. These men do not make any distinction. Men who have no, in fact, I call them morally delinquent. They have no morals. As the most painful part is that as our youths are being abducted in the dead of the night, as our girls are being kidnapped, these evils are happening and being committed in our land, and the elders of the land are nowhere to be found. Those who love to be called the leaders, who cherish so much to be called elders of the land and leaders and political leaders and religious leaders, these evil are being perpetrated before their very eyes. The custodians of our values and culture, they have all lost their voices. Why have they lost their voice? Because they have abdicated their responsibility to hide under the cover of their wife's wrapper. They have abdicated their duty. They have become lily liver. And it is these same individuals that will, at the slightest opportunity, at the slightest, happening or event, they will complain that the youths are disrespectful, that the youths are not respecting their elders. And I ask, how can you expect a young man or even a young woman? How can you expect a person who look up to you as an elder, as a religious leader, as a traditional ruler? How can you expect them to respect you when you have abdicated your duty, when you have refused and neglected to speak against evil that is being committed daily on either his young sister or even his mother? How can you expect them? It is these troubling happenings in our land that has empowered and emboldened, because the leaders cannot, those who call themselves elders and leaders, they cannot speak. They have refused to speak. Now these marauders, these murderers, these morally backward individuals in the army or police uniform or even the DSS, whatever they call them, they have escalated their evil in that they now harvest. They harvest the organs of our youths. They arrest them, take them to their military barracks, the police detentions, unknown places, without any access to family, to doctor, or to their legal representative. We have the case of the young teenage girl, Idara Go, for the past 10 months and counting. This young woman has, we do not know what has become of her, if she's still even alive. What was her crime? Idara God was celebrating her birthday, and she decided to put on a clothing of her choice. That was her crime. She was abducted. We cannot even begin to imagine what has happened to this young woman. And where are the elders? Where are the politicians? Where are those who will come to you and every 4 years and ask you, I will vote for me and I will do this for you? Where are these people when their children have become a sport to be killed? The Nigerian security agencies have made our youth a sport for testing their I don't know how they can easily or quickly kill somebody and defy them. Where are the youth? And this is happening all over Biafra land. All over Biafra land, from Enugu to Anambra to Ebonyi, from Ebonyi to Delta State, from Delta to Bayelsa State, to River State, just name it, and to Imo State, which has become the pinnacle of this gruesome and cruel barbarism against our people. Imo State, the city, has become the center of all that has brought out the untold, unimaginable wickedness in the Nigerian security agencies, and of course the militias that are being formed here and there by these governments. Where are the elders, I ask? Where are the custodians of our culture and our values? Where are you, religious leaders? Are you not missing some of your congregants who attend your churches? Have you not heard that they are missing? What have you done? But when the youth will begin to actually assert their rights, that is when you people will ask them to calm down. Calm down for what? So calm down so that they can continue to be mauled down daily and in broad daylight. Calm down so that they will continue. The Nigerian army will continue to kidnap them and forcefully enforce their disappearances and rape those that they can rape. The face of this evil we have seen it that in the face of this untold wickedness, that the vulture in Imo State, which has become the center of all this wickedness, there the person who usurped what never belonged to him is now adding salt to injury. And he is inviting his co-blood sucker in Asura to our land. He is inviting the impostor in Asura to come into our land to urinate upon the graves of those that they have jointly killed. He is inviting this murderer into our land to come and spit on our faces and ask us, what can you do? He is inviting this man while he is still holding the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra hostage. And we say we cannot accept that. We will not accept that. Therefore, tonight, the visit of Jubril, going by the name of Muhammad Buhari in Imo State, is unwelcome. He is not welcome in Biafra land and not in Imo State. He is unwelcome, and we will demonstrate our anger and our rejection of this man in our land. They have fixed his visit to happen on the 13th of September, Tuesday, next week, the same date that they are taking our leader to court, the same day that they are trying an innocent man whose only crime was because he asked for the liberty and freedom of his people. The same day that this vulture in Imo State is inviting the murder of our people into our land to come and laugh at us. The 10th of September, Tuesday, 2022 is hereby declared a total lockdown of the whole of Biafra land. Total sit at home. Total. Animals or whatever you call yourself, we will not want to see you on the road. Try us and see what we can do. There will be total lockdown on Tuesday, the 13th of September 2022. The whole of Biafra land must be under lock and key. I am therefore calling upon our brethren in Biafra land, the market leaders, the transport association workers and transport owners association, the schools and the clergy, the churches. We are asking you tonight that on Tuesday, the 13th of September, you must let whatever you have to do on that day be postponed for another day, because we will lock down everywhere. School children must not go to school. School institutions, educational institutions must not open. Banks must not open. Nothing will move on Biafra land on Tuesday. We will not accept, this generation cannot accept that you can continue to kill us, maim us, incarcerate us, rape our young men and our young women, murder our mothers and our fathers and their farmlands, and you hold our leader for committing no crime, and you are inviting a murderer in our land to come and spit on the grave of those he killed. That will not happen, and that cannot happen. Every one of us from tonight, you make your arrangements and make sure you have what you need on Tuesday. You go out, whether you want on Monday or Sunday or Saturday, and buy what you need for Tuesday. Total lockdown from 4 a.m. in the morning till 7 p.m. on Tuesday. There shall be no movement. No movement. If you want to try us, try and let's see. The Nigerian contraption, the zoo, is a fraud, a big fraud. And I will tell you why it is a fraud tonight. They call it the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, and that is why, that is an apt, very, very apt and appropriate name for this, this enterprise set up by the British. This zoological republic is worse than the this Yahoo tricks and fraud that they are using to molest young men. Recently, the Northern Elders spokesperson, in the name of Hakim Baba Ahmed, or whatever he calls himself, he said that Biafra did not exist before the amalgamation of zoo. In Wakiko, have you heard anything like that before? Amalgamation that happened in 1914. This man in Korokoro daylight, he came out without shame to speak the nonsense that Biafra did not exist. He even said Oduduwa did not exist before, Yoruba did not exist before the amalgamation of the zoo in 1914. This is what now, I want all of you to pattern. This is one of the reasons why they removed history from the school curriculum in their schools. This is one of the reasons. So that this generation, or the children born already now in this generation, and the coming generations, will be a product of half-baked education, which we all know that half-baked education is worse than no education, I'll tell you. Can you begin to imagine a people without history? Can you conceptualize? Can you begin to think about a people without history? Is history not simply the past? That is what it means. History just is the past. And somebody is telling you that you have no past. You have no past. You are just in the present. Therefore, don't think about history. That is the reason they took the history from the curriculum to put a cotton wool over your eyes, to dampen your hunger to know from where you're coming from, where you are at the present and where you have to be in the future. If they tell you that you do not need to know your past, if anybody tells you that you don't need to know your past, it simply presupposes, it simply means that there is something, some knowledge, some very important information that they want to bury forever and forever. Unfortunately, however, for them, IPOB is here and this generation is here. Unfortunately for them, heaven sent our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Unfortunately for them, he has built an army that the ideas and ideology that he has impacted in us cannot be stopped either by incarceration, by arrest, nor by bullet. 1 million or 1 billion Nigerian soldiers cannot stop the coming of Biafra. They cannot stop what Okike has ordained that it must happen. And it will happen in their presence, in their face, it will happen. IPOB is here. And IPOB has become the nemesis of these charlatans that call themselves the zoo leaders. This quota system, Dr. No sense. That is what he wants us to believe. This man wants us to believe. He wants us to believe that 1914 is where we must begin to count or talk about our history. He wants to turn history upside down because he knows. They know. It is well calculated, premeditated. They know that the history of the Fulani in the zoo dates back only to the 19th century, just 18 something. That is their history in the zoo. That is what they want to use to compare to a civilization that has existed for millennia and millennia. I am sure that many of you, I'm sure those who are listening tonight, those who had the opportunity to do some history or did some history during their secondary school days, I am sure that you may have heard about Oyo or Dahomey Empire. And if you take just a little bit back when these empires stood, when they existed, these existed in centuries, 500 years before even the Fulani even began to imagine that they will move away from the foothills of Footage Island, led by vultures, to find or to come to the zoo and carry out their jihad. They are trying to tell you that you have no use so that their jihad can continue. That is all this is all about. And I want to tell you, all of us tonight, that the Fulani, all that they are doing is subtle. They are at the middle stage of their jihad. They cannot no more openly, carry out the jihad as they did before. So they are using every state apparatus, every state institution to emasculate the inhabitants, the indigenous inhabitants of the land, so that they can take over the land and then wipe away generations that may have, had the opportunity to know where their history began and where and how they have found themselves in the quagmire that is called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It is this quota system, Dr. Hamid or whatever. He wants to convince dollars like himself. He wants to convince those who are, in the same, having the same agenda like him himself, that the ancient kingdom of Biafra, the cradle of civilization and democracy, the center of the universe, did not exist before 1914. It is laughable. It is mind-boggling, I have to say. This man is telling us the place where you have 0 longitude and 0 latitude, the beginning of the beginning, the center of the earth. He's telling us that it did not exist. I don't know if people are comprehending where these people are coming from, where they are going. And they have done their economic emasculation. They have done their pogroms and genocide. They have tried to, in fact, they are in the process of emasculating our culture and value system. Now they want to tell you that the center of the universe is only, in fact, it never existed until 1914. How I don't know what else to call this if not total madness. You see, this is why Onyendu, our leader, always asked them to tell us who they were, who are you people? Those who are now, who have been have been modeled together into this British economic experiment. Those of you, the indigenous, who were you before that amalgamation of the zoo took place in 1940? And even if you want to, even if for the sake of argument, you say, okay, the documents are available strictly and clearly states that the colonizers entered into treaties with Biafra. So, if they entered into treaty with Biafra, is this Biafra that they enter into treaty with in the sky or under the earth or in the seas? It is the same spot where we are, where we have always been, and where we shall always be to the glory of heaven and to Biafra. It's this spot. The conspiracy against us is not just Fulani. Fulani is the hand that the powers are using to try and see if they can drive us away from the center of the earth so that they can come in and then take over the blessings which is embedded in that land. And I'm telling them tonight that they cannot succeed because it is like you're fighting what you cannot see. You are seeing young Biafrans, you are arresting them, you are incarcerating them, you are murdering them, you have extraordinary rendition their leader. You are kidnapping them. You are forcefully, disappearing them because you think you can cow us into raising our hands and say, please come and take over. In fact, you are a big dreamer. They are big dreamers, and they will wake up from their slumber and from their dream before they know it. And that day shall be the day the heralding of the kingdom of heaven on earth shall be heralded. The Biafra, free, sovereign, and independent nation. It will happen before their very eyes. If the Fulani do not have a history, we Biafrans, we have a very rich history. We have a very proud history, and we are very proud of it. And no one, not man, not woman, not spirit, can take that away from us. That is who we are. That is who we were. And that is who we shall ever remain to the end of time. The children of heaven, the light that Chukwokike has put on this earth, and the hope of the black race. Because of this, we must help the zoo to do what? To fall over the cliff. Biafrans, I want you to pay very good attention tonight because we must help the zoo to do what? In fact, we have to push it. It is already at the precipice. The zoo is at the precipice. Everybody knows. They are lying to themselves. Those in the zoo. You are lying to yourself. It does not matter. You can deny it. The world knows that you are standing at the precipice. Now the Biafrans will help to push you over the cliff. And how are we going to do this? It is a divine duty from tonight and from tomorrow that every Biafran must do all that is needed to be done to expedite the destruction and the disintegration of this British enterprise called the zoological contraption of Nigeria. Every Biafran has a duty. Whether you are our mother that is selling vegetables in the market, I am speaking to you. Are you the carpenter that is doing your work, practicing your trade? I am speaking to you tonight. Are you the market man in our great market in Onitsha, Nnewi, Aba, and the rest of it? And those of you in foreign lands like Lagos, Kanu, and all the rest of it? I am speaking to you tonight. Are you a worker employed either by the zoo or by anybody, private or public sector? I am speaking to you as well tonight. And also, are you a religious person? I am as well speaking to you tonight. We have a divine duty to help push this contraption over the precipice into the abyss. To this effect, and starting from tomorrow, the Zoo Naira is worth less than paper, toilet paper. Beg your pardon. The Zoo Naira. Now listen, the zoo. It is not if the zoo will disintegrate. It does not matter what the politicians are doing. It does not matter the whatever anybody wants to do or say. The zoo will disintegrate sooner and sooner. And when it disintegrates, when it is destroyed, like when you said with the truth, and we have done that. He did it more than any other person, of course. He has exposed the lie that is called Nigeria. Now, when this lie finally is destroyed and disintegrates, that thing they call their money, Naira, if you have it, 1 trillion, it is waste. It is a waste paper for you, because we will not use it in Biafra land. If you have it 1,000, it is a waste paper for you, because no country will take it. Therefore, you must begin to think ahead. Remember 1970. Remember, Asuna, if you fool me once, it's my fault. But if you fool me twice, I am a fool. Right. If you fool me, you can fool me once, yeah, because probably I wasn't aware. It's your luck. But if after you have fooled me and you come again and fool me the same way a second time, then I must be a fool. We must not forget 1970. They gave you 20 pounds. 20 pounds, irrespective of what you had in the bank. Millionaires, we had them. Millionaires, when money was money. You had to be given only 20 pounds to start alive, to start afresh, to start a new life. And because you are a blessed race, because you are a blessed generation, because you are beloved of Chukwuabiam, how many years from 1970? Can you tell me if there is any single race, maybe if you begin to really compare, probably the Jews of Israel, but there's no race that has survived and surpassed every expectation from our humble beginnings to where we are today. That is why I said it. Listen carefully, because 1970 is about to repeat itself. What the Fulani are not, they are not keeping Naira. They will steal the money. They will steal the oil. They will sell it. They keep their funds in foreign currency, not in Naira, because they know the zoo is falling and it will disintegrate, and the Naira will be worthless. Worthless. That time, the Zimbabwe money you have to carry it. You have to carry it on a wheelbarrow, for you to buy a loaf of bread. that would be actually you know, to compare to what is going to happen to Zoo and its naira. It was okay for the Zimbabwe. Nobody will take your naira to even buy bread. Now, therefore, this leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra is calling upon all Biafrans tonight. Convert every excess naira that you have into the following foreign currencies. If you are a worker, they pay your salary. You know what you spend in a month. Just leave that one that you will spend in that month. The rest, convert it into any of these following currencies. If you're a market woman, a trader, a teacher, whatever you may be your occupation, whatever may be your work, whatever you make, excess of it, apart from the one that you use on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, the rest, convert it into any of the following currencies that I'm going to mention tonight to you. And please, when you convert this money into any of these currencies, don't put it into the bank, oh, please, oh, because I'm sorry, I will speak this in English, in Igbo. Foreign currency, Ndi Fulani jiranya $, na pounds, na euro, na yen, and the rest of it. They will go there and of course bring one overnight law and take all your money. Don't keep it in your house. Don't keep this money you have converted into your house. Because before they will say that IPOB has now told people to convert money and keep it in the house, and then criminals will start to go to house and begin. The army, actually the police in uniform, not criminals actually. The police and the army will begin to now go to your house and begin to do what? To tell you where, show us that dollar, show us that oil. Don't keep this money in your house. Don't keep it in your bank. Because if you keep your money in the bank, what the police are doing, they move around with POS or whatever they call it, all this machine, and they will tell you, give us the PIN, and they will take all you have saved there. All you need to put there is what you need for the month. They will, if anybody takes it, you have a backup. You have something that you will use to begin life at the declaration of Biafra. The currency that you must change your funds into. And I'm asking our people, we don't want what is happening with the AFIBO to repeat itself. Our people must begin to be their brother's keeper. Because what the report we are hearing is that people are, rearing our local cows, and they are selling these cows exorbitantly. Why would that be? Why must you deliberately be profiteering from your own brother when you know that it's all for the survival of all, for every one of us? So all of you who are in money exchange, you will make your money, of course, because the more you change, just follow the economic principle of production of the more you produce and the more you sell at a little gain, the more you can make out of it. Not that you want to sell one and then become a millionaire. So please don't begin now to start to turn the exchange rate into something that people will begin to get offended with or get pissed off about. These currencies that you can change your money, that anytime the zoo disintegrates, anytime Biafra comes, you can change this money and use it to change it into the Biafran currency that will be introduced and begin to live your life and build your life and start a new life. The European euro, the American dollar, Some of these are, of course, they are colonial money, but we have no choice at the moment. Until we become a nation, we will show them what a nation is and what our currency will. It cannot be. It's not the. They will call it the Biafra pound. How can we call it pound anyway? That's for another day. Now, like I said, these currencies include the European euro, the American dollar, the Swiss francs, the Japanese yen, the Canadian dollar, the Australian dollar, the British pound, of course, the South African rand, yes, and the Ghanaian cedi, yes. If you can change your money into South African rand, don't change it in French francs or with because when you change it, you are also supporting France to continue to impoverish our French-speaking brothers in Francophone area. Don't change it into French franc. Change it any Africa. If you want to change it to an African currency, change it to Ghanaian cedi or to the South African rand. At least their money is still stable. Their environment is also politically stable for the moment, so their money will continue to appreciate. And when you change it at the time the African currency will be introduced, you will have something to begin like. And I want to repeat, after converting this money, don't put it in the bank. Don't put it in your heart. Oh, you people have common sense now. Oh, you can think out where you can. If you don't know anything else, go and hide it. Go and dig a ground and put it somewhere there. Convert your naira into any of these currencies because the zoo will fall. It will fall. And your naira, when zoo falls, will be worthless. Worthless. I have spoken. Those of you in the north, when you make that exchange, come back to the east and keep that money somewhere. Don't tell anybody. Don't even tell your wife. Maybe only your wife, of course, so that other mama on the you know, in English, in case of incasity, you can tell your wife. Just the two of you will know, and your wife that you trust. If you don't trust your wife, please. But I won't go into marriage issues here. My message to all of us tonight, to Biafrans tonight, is that we must begin from tomorrow to accelerate the complete disintegration of the economic nerve of the zoo, which is the Biafran people that are holding this country. Let us do this for 1 month. Let us do this for the next couple of months, and the result will show by itself. Biafrans, as I have said already, 13th of September 2022 is a total and absolute lockdown in Biafra land. All must put their hands on the deck because this battle is all of us. And the victory we must get. For us, it is Biafra or Biafra. There shall be neither retreat nor surrender as far as this struggle is concerned. Now I have some announcements to make, my dear great people of Biafra. I have some announcements to make, and these announcements go this way. The following persons are assigned new responsibility or responsibilities, as the case may be, in the IPOB worldwide family. These individuals have been appointed to these positions to continue to strengthen the family and continue to work towards our objectives and our goals, which is the unconditional release of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the ultimate, because it is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Amadike that will lead us into a free sovereign Biafra nation. Whether the enemy like it or not, whether they like it or not, Onyendu is rejoining us the soonest. Mazi Chukwu Dubem Ozo is appointed the new IPOB China Family National Coordinator. All principal officers, all IPOB family members in China, and of course in all other countries that I'm going to call, you must give these new principal servants the maximum cooperation, the maximum support, and work in concert with them as they carry out their responsibilities and implement instructions passed down to them from the hierarchy of this very great country. Mazi Chukwu Dubem Ozo is the new IPOB China Family National Coordinator. Of course, our family in China, they already know this, but I want to make it more public so that the world will also know. And other family members of IPOB in the world will also be aware of it. Mazi Ahucha Ebiwe is appointed IPOB Netherlands National Coordinator. Mazi Ahucha Ogu Ebiwe is our IPOB National Coordinator for Netherlands, also called Holland. Mazi Tochukwu Mado is appointed the IPOB Malta National Coordinator, and Mazi Mado replaces the former National Coordinator who moved to another country. And of course, as you move to another country, I believe you will continue to be part of this noble family there. Do not relent, do not retreat, and do not surrender. Remain focused, remain dedicated in your duty or in your new family that you have moved to, your new place of residence. Mazi Ikenna Njoku is the new Scotland Regional Coordinator. Ikenna Njoku is the new Scotland Regional Coordinator for IPOB UK family. He replaces Mazi Jocelyn Ndiulo. Mrs. Uju Ebosimba is also the new coordinator for IPOB North London Zone. Mrs. Uju Ebosimba is the new IPOB North London Zone coordinator. Mazi Mike Ezebiro is appointed the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Mike Ezebiro is the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Anywhere we see those who are not supposed to be in our midst, for having other agenda, we will not spare them. That is why we will continue to sanitize this family and to purge every parasite. I don't want to plagiarize. Of course, we heard our Lord, our leader's wife, marvelously describe some of these individuals in our midst. And so I'm not going to plagiarize, but I'm saying that anyone who is in our midst that has ulterior reason to be in our midst, we will find you out, we will purge you, we will remove you, we will expel you, as the case may be. Mike Ezebiro is appointed the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Mazi Mike Nweze is appointed the new local government coordinator for IPOB Nnewi North. Mike Nweze is appointed the new local government coordinator for IPOB Nnewi North in Anambra State. Mazi Chukwu Neta Neta is the new IPOB Obaru local government zonal coordinator. Mazi Chukwu Neta is our new local government coordinator for Obaru in Anambra State. Mazi Noel Okongu He's the former secretary of IPOB in Omaba Zone. He now takes over as the zonal coordinator for Omaba Owuwa Zone. Mazi Okonkwo is the new IPOB Omaba Owuwa Zone zonal coordinator. And Mazi Solomon Nubia is appointed the new IPOB Western Cape coordinator. Mazi Nubia replaces Mazi Innocent Alia, who from tonight is the former Western Cape coordinator. The following individuals, for actually not understanding what this struggle is all about, and for acts that do not merit their positions and the responsibility that was given to them, they are suspended indefinitely from their positions. And the followings are Mazi George Ume. Mazi George Ume is suspended from being IPOB North London Zonal Coordinator indefinitely. And Mrs. Macy Onkwe, who was Michigan Zonal Coordinator, she is also suspended indefinitely. And the Michigan Zone is shut down forthwith. The Michigan Zone is closed. We, like we are always known to do, we will rebuild the Michigan Zone from scratch into a more formidable and more cohesive and, of course, very, very important zone in London. Michigan Zone, former coordinator by the name Mrs. Onkwe, is indefinitely suspended, and that zone is closed down. Now, these individuals have no reason to be in our midst, and they are, of course, expelled forthwith. Mazi Jocelyn Ndigolo is relieved of his duty as IPOB Regional Coordinator for Scotland and expelled. We don't take nonsense in this family, not at all. We do not take prisoners. If you do not know, in fact, if you do not, you are still a principal officer and you don't know why you are here, tender your resignation and we will find apt and appropriate and willing family, hardcore IPOB family members to, of course, take the responsibility to guide and lead our people wherever you may have decided to turn in the towel. Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, he was the former Omaba Zone coordinator. He's expelled for soliciting for unauthorized funds from the public in contravention to IPOB's standing order. You don't go around using IPOB's name to defraud people, and they will think you are supporting this struggle. That, and Biafra land has been told to cease from for any form of collecting funds and raising funds. If you have issues with money, you contact the leadership, and to the best of our ability, we will be able to see what can be done from this angle. But don't go out of your way and begin to defraud people. When you do this, you are putting our hard-earned name into disrepute, and we cannot tolerate that. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu is IPOB Quebec, Canada. He is expelled for gross act of indiscipline. Continuous gross act of indiscipline. This is somebody that was suspended, and after a time he was brought back, but he has not learned his lesson. Therefore, we cannot continue to pamper anybody who refuses to listen and who refuses to see us. He is expelled from this very, very family in Canada. And together with him is Mazi Chima Ndiolo from IPOB Quebec. He's also expelled for gross act of indiscipline. This young man In IPOB, we do not fight a family member, but this man has the temerity to use a sharp object to break the head of our coordinator in Quebec. Who gave you that authority? Who gave you the temerity to even lay your hand upon somebody who is serving IPOB? That is, you have crossed the red line, and therefore you do not belong. You do not belong, in fact, to this very, very noble family. And Eunice Onya is a former women leader in Idemili South. Eunice Onya also doesn't know what discipline means, and she doesn't know what following instructions means. She is expelled from being IPOB family member in Anambra State, and of course, she is no longer IPOB woman leader in Idemili South. Now also we have Chukuma Wangu. Chukuma Wangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okeja, Anambra State. This man is also known with the name, because him and a big name that kills a dog. He's also called Aku Enwebe. Aku Enwebe. Well, this man, you know, you see the name is answering Aku. Aku means somehow one of the meaning of Aku is wealth, and he is so possessed with making wealth that he has turned himself into a criminal. Being in our midst as IPOB principal, we will not spare you. He is simply a criminal in our midst and has no place in this noble family. Chukuma Nwangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okeja, Anambra State, also known with the name Akwemwebe. He has been expelled from this family. Mazi Adendu Uyo is formerly the IPOB Pretoria Deputy Zonal Coordinator. He is also expelled. And finally, Mazi Sunday Udaja. Mazi Sunday Udaja is the Sunyani Zonal Coordinator, who is also a regional coordinator in Brong, Ahafo in Ghana. This man is also expelled, and he does not belong here. All of these people that I have called their name for expulsion, they do not belong here. We have no problem. We, this family, we are not, you know, it's not as if we want to claim that it is only us that must fight for Biafra. No. IPOB, led by Nnamdi Kanu, has its objective set before it. And if you wish and desire to belong to this family, you must follow the rules of this very, very movement. We are not here for Tito Tato or for Dili Dani or for any other thing, but to make sure that our people receive or regain their liberty and freedom as a race, their dignity as a nation, and of course, take over their heritage which Chukwuabiama has blessed them with. All of those who have been appointed tonight as responsible, as being given different responsibilities, I am pulling your ear. I speak this one for broken. I pull my ear. Don't go in there and begin to, because you have been given a new responsibility, you begin to misbehave. If we get you, you will not know what hit you. Just do your job. If something is not very clear to you, ask your superior, and they will properly guide you well. You know. And so I am reiterating. And because one of the most important messages tonight is that the 13th of September 2022, being Tuesday next week, of course, that is the day that our leader's case will come up in Abuja Zoo Court of Appeal. those in Abuja and its environs must do the needful. Support, show solidarity to our leader and show solidarity to our legal team, and make sure you also keep your eyes open. Watch out for your brothers while you are there. And as we always do, we do it the way that the world will always marvel at how the people are disciplined is beyond what is known in Black Africa. Those that must go to Abuja from for this very court case within the northern region and Abuja environment and its environs, please be security conscious. Now, the very second important message tonight is that the thing as well of September, being Tuesday 2022, is a total lockdown in Biafra land. Buhari, or whatever he calls himself, the person who is being invited by the vulture in Imo State is not wanted in our land. You cannot come to our land and spit upon the grave and urinate upon the grave of those you murdered. You cannot come and laugh in our face and tell us when you build a toilet, you call the bloodsucker to come and laugh at us. We will not accept it and we cannot condone it. By the grace of Elohim, Chukwu and our ancestors, Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra for us is not just a name. It is more than a name for us. Biafra is more than our identity. Biafra is more than our heritage. Biafra is our being. It is the air that we breathe. It is the air that we breathe. That is why that anything that the zoo is doing to stop us, it is null and void. It cannot succeed. Because the air we breathe is from Chukwu, and Chukwu has given us Biafra, and no man nor spirit will stop it. Continue to put our leader in prayers. Those of you who knows how to call upon our ancestors, ceaselessly call upon them. Don't tire in supplicating unto heaven. Don't tire in calling upon the name of Chukwu. Don't tire in presenting our case before our ancestors, because they are in this battle with us. And Chukwu has assured us of victory. And victory we shall get. From me, from here, it is good night and remain blessed. Thank you so much for listening.
Can say anything you like, however you want to say it. This is your radio station, and the world must hear your voice. Wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet, we once again welcome you to a slightly unusual but an extraordinarily important broadcast this very morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are on the face of this very planet. We are live and we are direct, and the time now is 6 minutes past 9 a.m. in the land of Biafra. As I welcome you, I will encourage you to welcome those who are around you. This morning we shall endeavor to make it as interactive as possible, because I will be following your comments and your contributions via my Facebook page, where we are live at the moment. We are also live across all our FM stations in Biafra land. We are on Radio Biafra app. You can get us via tuning. We are also on Garden Radio. We are on Simple Radio. If you wish to listen, just Google it. Download any app and you should be able to follow us. As you all know, I do not do morning programs, but we've had to do one this very day. I will encourage you, whatever you're doing, to spare some few hours this morning to listen to this very critical broadcast. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. It is not a very happy day, I must tell you, today. But we must observe all our protocol, and I must introduce myself in case the world is wondering who is behind the microphone this very morning, or afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world. I am the director of Radio Biafra. I am the director of Biafra Television. And by the very special grace of the God Almighty in heaven, as I am today, so shall I remain forever a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, that I welcome this very morning from here to participate and to partake in this very wonderful gospel and exposition, because we are under oath to speak the truth always, regardless of the consequences. The truth must be spoken. That is why we are assembled. That is why we are gathered wherever we are. Having abandoned all that we are doing, if you go into Abuja now, Abuja is a ghost town. People are listening to this very gospel. It is a gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, the gospel that will lead us from darkness into the light, a gospel that will usher in freedom, because we are under direct supervision of heaven itself. Every utterance, every proclamation, every assertion, every prediction, every policy, every prophecy that we make here must come to pass. Must come to pass. Once I open my mouth and I utter it, it is only a matter of time, and you will see it happen. We don't lie. I do not lie. I have no need, no reason to. Everything I tell you is gospel, as Elohim directed me to preach. We must pray, because we need prayer today more than ever. We need prayer. There are some things we can do ourselves because we are mortals, yes. But we need prayers today more than ever. And the prayer I'm going to pray this morning is to ask God Almighty in heaven for something that we don't usually ask for. I'm going to ask God this very day to give black people common sense, the ability to reason and to discern, because that is our problem. Our problem is not corrupt politicians. Our problems are not those who are around us. Terrible economy, everything is upside down. A warped political system and an unworkable system of government. No. Do you know that those are not our problems? Not even hunger, not even poverty, not disease. The greatest problem we have of black people, wherever they are in the world, is the inability to reason. And those that can reason, the fear of acting on that very reason that they have formed or formulated in their brain and in their minds. I'm going to ask God this morning to give black people common sense and to give us the will also to act on that very common sense. These are the two things I'm going to ask for. And I wish you can join me. Please, if you lower your heads wherever you are, if you're one of us, I will call upon Elohim. Lord God Almighty in heaven, the giver of life, the God of all the gods, the King of all the kings, you inhabit the heavenly realm that even the imagination of man cannot begin to comprehend nor fathom. His majesty, His magnificence, and its glory. You are bathed in glory, O Heavenly Father. Only your word shall come to pass. That which you have decreed is what man must live through, because your words are yea and amen. We are gathered all over the world this very morning in a rather unusual circumstance to give you praise, honor, adoration, and glory, because there is none like thee. And we pray this very day, those who are suffering, those who are in pain, those who are dispossessed, those who are grieving as a result of Fulani terrorism and mayhem, that you provide succor, but above all, that you give us common sense. Because we have now discovered that the only thing stopping us from turning our fortunes around is our inability to reason, and even more so, our inability to act on that very reason should we stumble upon it. Therefore, we ask thee, O Heavenly Father, because your grace is in abundance, have mercy upon us. Give us the ability to reason, to think like human beings. The way we are currently behaving, wild beasts in the forest reason better than we do. We black people, especially those in Africa, we don't reason properly. We don't think analytically. We do not criticize in a very sensible manner those issues and problems that confront us. Therefore, we ask you, Almighty Creator, you created us, but it seems that one thing is missing: the ability to reason, to interpret, to discern, and to act appropriately. That's what we're asking you this morning, to please have mercy upon us and give us the ability to reason, because what is happening before our eyes is unbelievable. A little boy of slightly over 40 years old subverting democracy. A whole tribe of savages presiding over the fate of millions of people have not just run the government into the ground, They have destroyed souls. Yet 180 million people are held hostage by fear. God Almighty remove the fear from the eyes of those that call themselves Nigerians. Remove idiocy from their person and grant them the ability to reason. Grant them the ability to reason, to understand, and courageously act on their convictions. Because they are useless, they are hopeless. Everybody is complaining. Everybody is complaining. They know the solution, but they have failed to apply themselves to that very solution that will lead them out of pain, out of suffering, into the light. That is what we're asking for this morning. Nothing more, nothing less. Please give us the ability to reason, for we do not know what is wrong with us. How can a country without a president? The wife took over and brought her lover, her boyfriend, before 200 million people. 200 million, not 1 million, not 2, not 3, not 200 million God in heaven. Deceiving 200 million people, and it is not like we do not know. We know what is happening, but we are frightened. We are afraid of fellow human beings. And because of that, people are dying, women are being raped in broad daylight, mothers are being abducted, children are being slaughtered. We are going through a time of unprecedented kleptomania. They are stealing everywhere dry. People cannot speak because they are afraid. People cannot get together to articulate a way out of their predicament because they are undiscerning. They do not reason. Father, Lord God in heaven, please have mercy. Have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon us. In whatever way we may have sinned against thee, in our thoughts, in our thinking, in our actions, please have mercy. Have mercy. For this is not what you prepared for us. This is not how to live. People cannot be in a geographical contraption artificially created by aliens from Europe. And hope or feel that something good will come out of it. We are in an era of Photoshop and lies, deception, falsehood, and they are using it to good effect. Was that the reason why you allowed your children to inhabit that part of the world? Please have mercy, hear our cry. Give us the spirit to understand, and more so the courage to act upon our convictions, that your name may be glorified in the land of Biafra and in the land of all those that wish to taste freedom. Now and forevermore we pray. He said, I may have gone on slightly longer than I had intended. And as usual, they will keep kicking us out, and we will keep going back in. Because what they are doing, and doing very cleverly, is to try and make life difficult for us. And as they intend to do so, we must carry on regardless. We must carry on regardless. I can't believe it, but I was praying. They said, close your eyes and be praying. We'll kick you out. They have done exactly that. They have done that. They have done exactly that. But they are joking. I can assure you that they are joking. We are going back. I'm going back to my Facebook page. I'm going back to it. We are back again on my Facebook page. They are dreaming. They are dreaming. They don't, they don't want this very gospel to be preached. They don't want it to be preached. But we are going to. They cannot stop us. There is no way. They can't stop us. We are back on again. They can never ever stop us. They can't. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. Not ever. Not ever. We are going to preach this very day. And I can assure you, nothing, absolutely nothing is going to stop us. Nothing. Facebook, be prepared. We are going to do battle today. I only want to preach for 1 hour this morning. But if you keep us, I'm prepared to be here till evening. I am prepared. So it is better you allow us to preach than wasting your time. Because what you're doing is a waste of time. You are not going to be able to stop us. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. We are here to preach the gospel of heaven, the gospel of redemption. And there is nothing anybody can do about it. Absolutely nothing. We are back. We are back on my page. Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu. Let me tell them how to find it. There are many fake ones, of course, from DSS and their agents. I have 425,000 followers, 281,000 likes. That is how you know you are at the right place. They cannot stop us. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We are going to proceed this morning by going to my Facebook page, if you can, for those who are listening via our app and other platforms that are not visually aided, where you cannot see what is on my page. I will try as much as possible to describe it for you. And for those of you who have now joined us and are listening, I will, of course, encourage you. I will encourage you to keep on sharing this very link. Keep on sharing it because we are about to rescue the zoo this morning. We are about to save all Nigerians this very morning. We want to. Biafra is already saved. We know what we're waiting for. We want to save people, want to save Nigerians today. So there will be less bloodshed. So that we will see people to do business with once Biafra is established. Because it will be of no use to us to be building a very fantastic civilization and nation in that part of the world, and we don't have people who can admire it. Because I want, when they are outside the boundaries of Biafra land, they can see skyscrapers, they can see well-manicured lawns and gardens, they can see well-paved streets, they can admire beautiful architecture in the land of Biafra. So we need human beings to be alive. That is why this morning as we preach this very gospel from heaven, it is designed to set those free who have been shackled by the iniquitous existence of the damnable zoological republic. Now you will listen this morning. Go to my page because we are going to start from there. That is where we are going to start from. I want to prove to the world because everywhere on this earth, men, women, children, everybody is listening. Even those in their offices, they are listening. I posted something before we commenced on my page, and I know that some of you may have watched the very laughable and disgraceful performance of Aisha Buhari's boyfriend, her lover. They forgot the face mask because they couldn't fix the hole in the neck. They opted for a very heavy makeup of that young man to make him look as old as possible. But this very morning, with the time now standing at precisely 26 minutes past 9 a.m. in the morning, that's how you know we are live. I challenge anybody. Because most Nigerians are slightly deaf. There is no need me playing the audio. I want you to go to my page and have a look at the face of the young boy. They are calling 79-year-old Buhari. Go and look at the face of the boy. And I want you to also go, I want this program to be as interactive as possible. So as I'm proceeding, previously I'll ask you to bring your pen and paper ready. Of course, you should have that by the side, but also have an internet-enabled device, because I'll be directing you to go to Google now and again. Very, very critical, please. I want you, those who are listening, those who listened or saw what the recorded broadcast this morning, to begin to ask yourself a very simple question. Number one is this. Let us forget everything, all the semantics. Let us forget all the different videos. Let us say simple common sense. I want to be able to demonstrate to myself and to the whole world that there are some black people who can actually reason. That is what I want to prove. That there are some black people who can reason. And I want us to be able to reason together this morning. My number one question is this. Is that very address some of you saw, that broadcast this morning, was it live? Have that in mind. Was it a live broadcast? Now, if as we all know, it wasn't live, then the next question is, logically so, the next logical question is, why wasn't it a live broadcast? And within the answers you give to yourself, you understand the mess that Nigeria is in and why it must collapse this year. Not next year, it must fall this year. Now, if you have a president who is alive, why would you go through the pain of having to record a live address? Now, let's say some people are saying that they want to get everything right. So that means if this man cannot address his fellow countrymen and women live, how can he go to a meeting abroad and represent you? Because meetings are live. The only nonsense they are claiming is live. You know, we are doing teleconference with UN, with World Bank, with IMF, with other heads of state in Africa. That means that they are lying to you. Because how can you not address your so-called Nigerians live, but you do live video conference with agencies all around the world? It is simple common sense. Can anybody begin to understand what I'm saying? If you cannot address Nigerians live, how then are you addressing the world live? So that means that you people are liars. You don't address the world live. Because charity begins at home. If you cannot address those who are around you live, how can you address the whole world live? It's not possible. So that's number one lie that you're telling. And if you cannot represent the country you claim you're leading live before any meeting, any gathering, any conference, that means the people are not getting what they are due from those who are supposed to be helping them. In other words, Nigeria has no president. I want us to forget everything. Let us look at it logically, sequentially, step by step. I'm not talking about all the fakeness. I'm not talking about, I thought that Jubril was gone. It is confirmation. Look at this little boy and go and look at the old clips of Jubril. I told you Jubril is gone. He's not coming back, and he's gone for good. Now, I don't want to dwell on the fakeness of the video. I don't want to dwell on the fact that it was even recorded. I want you to ask yourself this simple question. Which country in the world will allow a president that doesn't address their life? What is the essence of democracy there? I want people to send this to me. What is the essence of democracy when you have somebody who claims he or she is the president, but they cannot address your life, tell you what is happening in real time? It is the same rubbish all over again. Every 3 weeks or every month, they come out with this nonsense for a few seconds and that's it. Are you telling me that if they weren't hiding anything, or if they're not hiding anything, would they go to this length of concealing, of hiding, of shielding from the public the true state of affairs? And I'll ask you again, look at that little boy and tell me if that looks like a 79-year-old, no matter how rich you are. Because some people, being very black, being very African, being very naive and very foolish by nature, because most of us are foolish by nature. That's the way we are created. I don't know what is wrong with Africans, but that's the way we are. People go to school but they learn nothing. I want you to, because if you doubt me, look at Bill Gates. Are you telling me that there is a treatment in this world available to anybody calling himself Buhari that Bill Gates cannot afford? Are you telling me now that Bill Gates is now older than Buhari? Is that what you're trying to claim to me? Why I'm saying this is because Bill Gates is one of the richest men in the world. At one point, the richest man in the world. He has so much money, all he needs to do now is to kill as many people as possible with that money. That his job now is to kill people. That's how rich he is. He's not playing God. Now, look at that man that has all the money in the world. Look at his face. And look at the face of somebody who will be older than Bill Gates. I just want you to engage your brain a little bit. If they are disturbing you on my page, you can switch on one again with you can go to YouTube. If you have multiple devices, you can go to YouTube, listen via YouTube, but be watching what I'm going to post. Because Samaka is very busy. She's working. She's a teacher. She's working today. I'll be doing most of this work myself. So you need to bear with me. Now, look at the face of somebody who is older than Bill Gates. Now, people say that the old, dead, wrinkly Buhari is now this little boy. You ask them, but where did he get this look? It was after his medical treatment in London. Okay, we agree. He went to London to look younger. Almost 40 years younger than his age. Okay, we agree. Now, I want all of you, or those of you who can, to go to Google, type in UK, type in 70-year-old United Kingdom. I challenge anybody anywhere in the world. Have you seen the Queen of England? Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Have you seen her? So you're telling me that a temple dictator from Africa can come to London, receive a life-changing treatment that not 40 years of his looks, and Queen Elizabeth doesn't have access to such a treatment? The person that actually owns the hospital that you went to, because everything you do in the UK is in the name of the Queen, of course. Now ask a simple question. Now, look at how old and wrinkly Prince Philip is. Prince Philip is the loving husband of Queen Elizabeth. So if that treatment that Buhari had, brain tumor and everything received, were to be in London, how come Prince Philip cannot go to the same to the same hospital to receive treatment? Why not? I'm asking a simple question. Do you see why black people find it difficult to grow, to develop to feed themselves, to clothe themselves, to house themselves, to build roads, to build bridges. I want you to understand that our idiocy starts from the way we see, the way we analyze, the way we look at problems, the way we approach issues is the reason why black people are the lowest of the low in the whole world. We don't reason. And I'm proving it to you that people do not reason. You are looking at a little boy, maybe in his 40s, and starts longer, pretending he is your president. Even if you're not outraged because you want them to be in power, shouldn't you be outraged that they are desecrating democracy and making a fool of you? I want to ask you now, does this boy look 70? If the answer is yes, look at Bill Gates. Is Bill Gates up to 79 years old? The answer is no. That is the age of the dead guy. Look at this boy now on my Facebook page. Go and look at this little boy. And then look at Bill Gates. This boy goes to Bill Gates to beg him to give him money to buy ventilators. I want people to understand this. Nigeria as a whole, as a country, so they claim, goes to a man to beg him for money. They go to Bill Gates to beg for money. Now, the person you're begging for money happens to look older than somebody who should be older than him. Now, Bill Gates is now older than your Buhari that gave an address this morning. What does that tell you about the way you reason? What does that tell you about who you are as a person? What does that tell you about the poverty in Africa? Because I want to prove it to everybody listening this very morning that the reason why Africa is backwards and very poor is because of the way we reason. And before you start complaining and grumbling, I want you to go to my page on Facebook, have a look at it, or go anywhere else you like. Look at what happened this morning in the zoo called Nigeria. Look at that little boy. Your president cannot address you live. Look at the quality. I was watching it on Vanguard Facebook page. I was so disgusted. I felt like shedding tears. So disgusted. The quality of the video. The quality of the video in this digital age. It was recorded. The news was being read by a very little boy. Over the map with a small boy. You can see it very clearly. Now, when you lie to yourself, the thing about black people is that we love lying to ourselves. We never tell ourselves the truth. When you lie to yourself that this man is, how can God bless you or bless Nigeria? How is that possible? I'm asking. Do you see how all of you are perambulating all over the place? You are all hypocrites. Do you see why they killed George Floyd in America? You people are hypocrites. You say the truth and you cover it up out of fear. And I keep asking them, those who are in Abuja who are afraid, that inbox me, you write to me, you WhatsApp me, you tell me, we know what you're saying is true. I am serving in the army. I am a high-ranking officer in the Ministry of Health. I do. What? How many foreigners are there that all of you are frightened? How many are there? What would it take to collapse the zoo and everybody will be free? Nothing. As we are doing it in the East, I expect Yoruba to rise up into Duduwa. I expect Middle Belt to convert. That is all it takes. All is a simple process. Simple process. And all this nonsense will come to an end. That the same thing that Biafrans are saying is what Duduwa are saying, is what Middle Belt is saying. End of story. Chicken is over. As simple as that. Do you know why? Because when I travel and I meet important dignitaries abroad, if the something they're hearing from me is what they're hearing from the Yoruba people, is what they're hearing from the Middle Belt, it is bye-bye. You don't need to fight. You don't need to shoot. All they need is consistency of message. If the oil in my land is the reason why you want Nigeria to be one, I don't like swearing, but I make a pledge now before God and before man, that as I have said before, so will I continue to say. that the oil and the gas in Biafra land will be given to every component part of Nigeria for free in perpetuity, under the supervision of the United Nations. This forms part of our charter to our people, which will be published very soon. I need you. I am a man that anything I utter, anything I say I'm going to do, I do it. I'm telling you about people. If oil and gas is your problem, we'll give it to you for free. The UN will supervise it. We will let pipelines to come into your territory. The same thing with the middle belt. We will pipe oil to you and gas. Anything you like to do with it. The pipe is already anyway. That oil and gas will continue to flow. So you have no need. You have no need whatsoever. We will internationalize River Niger and build a port in Lokoja to service the middle belt under international supervision. As I said, we would internationalize that very waterway, the river itself. So that one day Biafra won't wake up and say, oh, we are taking it over. Do you understand? So that this foolishness and idiocy will stop. That's what we're asking for. So that this nonsense will stop. Can you believe that this little boy is living large, not content with having Aisha for free? They are paying him $200 million every year. This little boy having fun and not even doing the job properly. And all of you are quiet. Tell me you are afraid. Oh, we know Buhari is dead, but we are afraid. These are the messages I'm getting. These are the messages I'm getting, confidential messages from inside Abuja, from inside Akurok. They are saying what you're saying is true, but we are afraid. If black people, we are sick in the brain. You have seen it. You have a president. Just like saying you have, once you lose your mom or your dad, and your siblings start to call you or relatives, you start telling them, they traveled, they are not at home. And they keep asking me, but I want to see her. I remember when I lost my mom, but I want to see her. One of my aunts called me and said, can't I speak to her? I want to talk to her. I said, no, but she's in the bathroom. She is not feeling well. She will come out later. It was them that came and told me that we think there is something wrong. You're not telling us. It's called common sense. Common sense! You have a president year in, year out, month in, month out, week in, week out, no live broadcast. He does nothing. He only sits somewhere and is presidency. And you know that this system of government is unprecedented anywhere in the world. And all of you are there sheepishly and hopelessly and idiotically condoning all this rubbish because you're black and you're evil. Let me say, the preaching I will do on Sunday, and it's like people selling rope in Nigeria. They're selling rope in Nigeria. I will ask them not to sell rope from now till Sunday, because after the broadcast I will make on Sunday, the suicide rate in Nigeria will quadruple. People will leave this world on Sunday. I'm telling you, people commit suicide because this level of idiocy is too much. It is too much. How can people be so ignorant? And they are basking in ignorance. You are ignorant and you are basking in ignorance. Unbelievable. Go look at the video again. President, no live address, always recorded speech. What does that tell you? Are you foolish? You have degree. What does that tell you? This poem you're looking at now, because when Femi Adesina does his Photoshop, they used the old Buhari mask. But there is a hole in the neck. They cannot cover the hole. That is why they brought out this little boy. A little boy, look at him. Anyway, Aisha is having fun. Whenever I shoot another up here, she's having fun. At her age, she has a little boy like this, living with this little boy, sleeping on her husband's bed, pretending every day. All of you see it. As if you're blind. As I demonstrate. If Nigeria, if at all the zoo they claim is a country, they have sensible people there. Have you seen one of the, somebody made a comment, his name is Romano Suchena of Great, on the post I made last night. He was the one that observed that on the screen, do you know what they spelled? They said president. 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 When people discovered, they changed it to president. President. Let me see if I can try and post it. That you may see the nonsense happening in the zoo called Nigeria. In broad daylight, a country of 200 million people, nobody knows how to spell the word president. That is alamajiri for you. That is the janjaweed for you. These are the people that have no certificates. We went to court and said he is not learned enough to be. They said no. He went to one defense academy. In broad daylight, they intimidated all learned men and women, made them Fulani puppets. Overnight, everybody is living in fear. Everybody has been terrorized by few number. That is what is driving me mad. That is what is driving me insane. Very few of them. Very few. How many of the Fulani people? What type of AK-47 are they carrying that all of us cannot buy? Are you telling me today, all of you who are crying, are you telling me today that if we have a group right up from Yoruba land doing the things that IPOB is doing? Oh, come on now. Come on, let us be sensible, please, for once. Are you telling me if there is a strong Oduduwa group in Yoruba land campaigning for Oduduwa, as IPOB is doing, and one from Middle Belt, not as strong, but you just pretending? All I'm asking for is, because they will, at the end of this year, the world will call, they will call Yoruba elders, they will call Middle Belt elders, they will call elders from the east. If when that call comes, between October and December, that call comes, if we can all say the same thing, it's over for the Jew. It's over. Listen carefully, please. If you listen to me, believe you me, your life can never ever be the same again. It can never be the same. Never. It can't be the same. Because here we preach the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. I can't lie to you. What will I do for? Why would I lie to you? I'm asking you what for? Why would I need to lie to you? Nobody knows how to spell a president. I want to see if I can get it for you, so you will understand what I'm saying. Nobody knows how to spell a president in the whole of the place you call Nigeria. Nobody knows. And these are the people that you're telling me somehow they have your interest at heart. Is that what you're telling me? Are we that dumb? Are we that stupid? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me as? That nobody knows how to spell the word president. I am going to post it. I'll post it now that the world may see it. Because some of these things is just a very big joke. Very big joke, I tell you. Very, very big. It is unprecedented. This level of stupidity in black people is that I must say it. You may not like it, you may go, you may complain, oh, he's insulting people. That is entirely your business. It is entirely your business. I must say it because it is the truth. We do not reason. Black people do not reason properly. We don't reason properly. That is the fact of life. That is the absolute truth. I'm going to post it. I will try. I don't have Amaka to help me. Amaka is teaching children online. But I will do it myself because I'm very good at multitasking. I'm going to maybe I will not have the fluidity of the commentary of Amaka, but I am going to post it so that the world may see. If you go, you will see it. You will see it. Romanus Uchenogweri observed that a country of 200 million people, they cannot spell the word president correctly. What did I write here? There was president, P-R-E-S-D-E-N-T, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Federal Republic of Nigeria. The office, capital O. Can you believe that? It is there on the screen. This is what the world is watching. And after watching it, you want them to treat black people like human beings. You're dreaming. You are dreaming. I said you are dreaming. I have posted it on my page. You can go and see it. It is there. They spelled it initially president. They changed it to president, not president. That tells you the mess you are in. But is that all? No, it's not all. I want to now proceed to bring you, I just want to prove to you that all they do is lie to you. And as we proceed today, I am going to prove to you how they have been deceiving and lying to you. And I want to prove to you that Osibajo is not alive. Osibajo is not alive. I want to prove it to you today, so you will know what they've been doing to you. Because if Osibajo is alive, they must produce him. They must produce. I want to prove it to you that Osibajo is not alive. When I told you that Buhari was there, they're looking mad. I said, this boy is Jubril. I told you, when Jubril left, I told you, he ran away from Cuba. I told you. And I'm sure he died of coronavirus. He contracted from my backyard later on. I told you, if you doubt me, look at those videos they made in Cuba and look at this little boy today. You can tell the difference. If you don't know. Only if you're blind, as blind as his back. You, they make me sick. You, they make me sick. You people are a disgrace to the black race. Nigerians are a disgrace to the black race. Look at it. It is here. President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is there in black and white. Shameless, shameless people. Now let me take you back a little bit. I am going to come to the video of Osibajo released and all the pictures. I'm here today to deal with this deep fake of Femi Adesina and all the nonsense they're doing. And I can prove to you that the Chinese are not involved because their technology is far more superior to the nonsense that those in Africa are using. Now, there is a picture I am going to try to put up as well. Hey, this thing that Amaka is not here to help me. It's very, very difficult. But I will do the best I can under the circumstance. Under the circumstance, I will do the best I can. I want to prove something this very day beyond every reasonable doubt. I want to let the world understand what is happening. I'm posting all these things on my page. On my page, I'm posting it on my page. So you can go there and see it. And the Chinedu should also help out to come to all of you. So be sharing these pictures all over the world and posting them on my page. Do you know that they released a picture a few days ago? They said that Burata went to go and went to see Buhari. Is that correct? They released a picture. And in that picture, you can see the little boy, Aisha's boyfriend, receiving Burata. And I'm asking you a very simple question. They said Buhari is the general. He fought in the war. He went to war college. He did all this. Remember, that was the basis for dismissing the suit against INEC and Buhari then, because he didn't have any certificate. People were claiming that he didn't go to school. They said he went to military college. Now, I want to debunk all that nonsense. I am going to ask you to please use your brain, engage your brain cells. That's what I'm asking for. Nothing more. If you can hate me, please, go ahead and hate me if you can, or if you like. But as you're hating me, please, I'm begging you. just to spare a few seconds to reason like a human being. That's what I'm asking for this morning, please. Look at the first picture. Look at the picture I just posted on my wall. And it is the picture, some of you may have seen it, the picture of Buratai entering into the office and saluting a man that is supposed to be a major general in the army. They went to war. And if you don't know, you can take a man out of the military or the army, but you cannot take the army out of the man. Now, answer me this question. Why would a general receiving a salute from his commanding officer in the field, instead of saluting him back, he offered his hand for a handshake? It is there, can't you see it? Are people blind? As you're looking at the picture, I'm asking you to engage your common sense. That's what I'm asking for. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm asking you again. Look at a former major general. That even if you want to check him, he wants to salute you. Because being in the military means you're regimented. Over the years, you've been drilled and drilled and drilled to salute. So when someone salutes you, the first thing that comes to your mind is to salute back. Now, let's leave that to one side. Assuming that this is, as they claim that this is Buhari. Now, if your field commanding officer is saluting you and you're bringing out your hand to shake him, that means your brain is no longer correct. That means the man is senile. It's gone. The picture is there. Now, if you look at the same, I posted 2 pictures in one. If you look at the second picture at the bottom, it is very, very clear. There is a mirror on the wall. Surprise, surprise, they have not added mirror on the wall where the man they claim is Buhari is sitting. I want to point out all the lies. That this picture here is a Photoshop. The first one is a Photoshop. Because if you cannot be saluting a president and president, go and check Trump, check every president in the world. Once you see a salute, you must salute back. Go and check every picture. There is no president in the world. Instead, you keep your hands by your side. That your men are saluting you. You must salute back. This one butters his hand. Is this handshake? Or to ask him, how far? The picture is there. The lie is that is to show you that Buratai too is not alive. This is fake. I want to prove it to you. Fake. Because this is a Photoshop. It's not real. If you go to the second picture again, look at the mirror on the wall behind the head of Buhari. You will know it is Photoshop. It's not an object. And now look at the reflection inside the mirror. I don't know we are very smart. They don't know how intelligent we are. They are so foolish, they don't know. You are dealing with IPOB. We are born naturally intelligent. We don't have to go to school. Naturally intelligent we are. You can't deceive us. Look at the mirror behind the head of the man they claim is Buhari, but of course it's Aisha's boyfriend. Focus on the mirror behind the head of Aisha's lover, who happens to be the mask wearer. This is the boy they make him up. He comes out bouncing. No more brain tumor. No more kidney failure. No more. He's now bouncing. And no medical checkup, of course. Mind you, Asara Clinic is empty. It's empty. People with minor heart defects, they go to doctor all the time. People with kidney problems, they go to doctor. Imagine a major surgery to remove tumor from the brain. It is called common sense, which in Africa is no longer common. Look at the mirror on the wall behind the little boy. You will see that. And scrutinize the purported reflection in the mirror. As I wrote it down, I'm reading what I wrote. You will see the people projected in the mirror are not in the room. People that you're seeing in the mirror are not in the room. And so, but the idea, can't you see that one? Then I ask you to look at the hat, the imaginary hat the man is wearing. Count the colors. The gradients of the colors. Count it. From up down on the cap. I will show you. He's wearing an imaginary cap. Check it. Look at the color. You see it's not the same. Fake again. Fake brokers this morning chief of staff fighting a major war, they claim, against insurgency that is ravaging everywhere. It's fake picture. Buhari is dead. Buratai is dead. Osibajo is dead. Dead. If not, they'll not be lying this way. No, you can't be lying this way. And I want to prove it to you this morning. Listen. Do you know that after going to see, they claim after going to see their so-called president, I want to see the president today. Buratai gave interview to Channel TV. I want to point out today that Channel TV, Channel TV is the, oh my God. Channel TV is the worst, the very one of the worst things to ever happen to Nigeria. Channel television, the chief, God is my witness, it is the very worst. And I want to tell you why. He said he went to Channel TV to go and do interview. And in that interview, they issued a video. There was a video issued in the interview they went to. And I want to find it and play it for you. So that the world can see and hear what is happening in the zoo. The wickedness of man against man. I want to prove it to the whole world that there is a special kind of wickedness that we have inside us. Inside us, special wickedness from black people. Special wickedness, we are evil. I'm telling you, let children here and ask you, mommy, daddy, why is uncle saying we are bad? Tell your children the truth, that you are evil. You are evil. Now, I have posted it. I have posted it on my page. This is the screen grab of the first YouTube video of Buratai. Even some comedians made a mockery of that very video. Some comedians did. They made a mockery of the video that Buratai claimed, the interview that Channel published. Do you know that Channel TV is in cahoots, is conniving? Channel television is conniving, actively conniving with the Janjaweed to enslave everybody, to kill off everybody. Are you aware of that? Some of you may pretend you don't know, but I'm going to publish that very video. Do you know that the video that the Channel television was playing was a video they issued 2 years ago? 2 years ago, Channel television unconscionably brought it out, edited it, and said the Buratai came to us after going to see the president, came to us, but it's a fake video. That is why I maintain that Buratai is dead. I told you, they are gone, they are ravaged, all of them. Mad people. Fake video, fake doctored video by Channel television. Channel TV, claiming that they are, of course, the CNN of Nigeria, wanting to be fake news everywhere. Fake video by Channel television, claiming that they are interviewing Buratai. I've posted it again. I have posted it. Fake. That comedians are making mockery of them. And you are in one Nigeria, a country full of liars and deceivers everywhere. No wonder you love lies. No wonder Nnamdi is a scammer. But you're thieving Pentecostal pastor with a private jet, collecting your money every week, every month, every tithe, every donation. He is not a thief. He's a man of God. But the people that came to save you from your what are they doing to qualify this people? From your ignorance and your diseased conviction, they are scammers. That is the brain of a black person. That is why white people kill you, because you're foolish. That is why Chinese, they kill you because you're foolish. That is why they come to Africa to take our natural resources because we are foolish upon foolish. Useless people. The people saving you, they are scammers. People taking your money and buying private jets. Diverting funds meant for public use. They are men of God and your leaders. That is why you are black, and that is why you are evil, and that is why evil nations against you. Your heart is as black as